Good morning. The meeting will come to order. This calls the Tourism Advisory Council meeting for June 6th, 2003, thank you, at 8 a.m. in Great Falls to order. The Department of Commerce records these meetings electronically for official meeting minutes. Please help the public by identifying yourself when you speak, explain any acronyms you may use, and please help the public by identifying yourself when you speak. I think I just read that sentence. If you're joining via Zoom, please list your name and the organization you are with. If you would like to comment or have a question, please raise your hand on Zoom and Rachel will call you out. Or leave a comment in the chat box as we'll be monitoring that throughout the meeting. As a final reminder, the recording will not be edited and no content will be removed. TAC members present, please remember to press your button, as I'm doing now and demonstrating for you, and when you are speaking into the microphone. If you are presenting or have public comment, please come up to the lectern over there and speak into the microphone so we can capture your words of wisdom for the record. As we get started this morning, we're going to show the video from yesterday, and then I will ask for public comment after that. And we've had a request from the audience to have council members who did not speak up yesterday to please speak up today. They would like to get to know you a little bit better. So we've had that request. So, and there's a lot of rocks left around here. I'm spying one right now, hint, hint, hint. So we will go ahead with the video from yesterday.
Hai isti päätypiuk. Ispomo kena ni chitapi chikeitsta. Haio napinatus. Ispomo kena kimato kenan at sukuma pidasa. Hi, Anya. The jump up here, our people would run the buffalo over the top, and for their food, their lodges, their clothing, everything. We used everything off the buffalo for this. So this area right here is very important to our people, very sacred because it goes way back. And just being out here just wakes the ancient spirits up of this area here. Very, very important to our people back in the day. The Pishkin was used by, they say, at least 13 tribes. And these tribes, some of them were warring at the time with one another. But this place here was a meeting place. This was a place where they came together and they didn't fight. They came here for the food, for the celebration, for all the games, fun and games that they had. And then they would leave this area.
Thank you very much. We had an echo yesterday. We wanted to watch that again. And now I'll welcome anyone to the podium who has public comment. And Dax, we see you're there. So go ahead, Dax.
All right. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Dax Schiefer, and I'm here today serving on my role as the liaison for the Resiliency Planning Project to liaison between Commerce, Coraggio, and tourism partners. And what I wanted to do is kind of a reminder, this project was introduced at this meeting in Lewistown, and so a lot of work has happened since then. They split this up into 3 phases, and I'm kind of speaking sort of the Coraggio method of how they've approached this. The first area was to get clear, and just at the governor's conference, they began the transition from get clear to get focused. And so today, right now, at the governor's conference, Coraggio met with Commerce and the regional leads to kind of map out what the get focused stage would look like. And so, and for sort of code, get focused is the planning process. So what that looks like will be anywhere from 6 to multiple sessions where they'll bring in stakeholders who will either invite council members, DMOs, the regional leads themselves, to really get into the material that they learned in the Get Clear phase. And then just for a purpose of just kind of following the calendar, those sessions will take place from June to September. And then as part of the design, then the state will then get into its planning sessions October to December with the idea to have that report that was referenced yesterday by the Commerce Director by December. And so right now things are on track, and we know it's going to be a lift for a lot of the regional partners to be able to schedule and have all those planning meetings in the middle of the summer, but this has been a multi-month project, and that's kind of how it landed. And so my final kind of moment, and I would stand for any questions or even available the rest of this meeting, to really just thank all the partners. We've made a lot of calls. Certainly the regional directors know that it's been a lift to go in and get this work. And for me, I would just say that what I've learned is while it's been a lot of work on the Get Clear phase, we remember these interviews and the surveys and the more surveys and the town halls. The Get Focus stage is for Coraggio a really fun part because they get to give back a little bit. It's been a lot of taking and asking and needing resources from people, and now all of a sudden they have the materials to be able to kind of reflect and put a mirror back on what they're learning. And so we're hopeful that the regions and the individual DMOs that participate in the Get Focus stage really do find that value and kind of get to learn what this group really is saying about those regions and the opportunities. And so I would close with that. Any questions from the council or public?
Dax, would you mind just walking us through best case scenario of the schedule? We're obviously in this second phase. Where does this end and when?
It ends in December, and really there's it's pretty clear at this stage. June to September will be the region planning. October to December will be the state planning. I would throw out, if this is of interest to Tourism Advisory Council and naturally the partners at Commerce and Coraggio, that perhaps October meeting in Anaconda might be a chance to put on the agenda additional information. There could be actual reports to look at and maybe just have another check-in. But I haven't cleared that with everybody, but certainly with you and clearing your, or building your agenda, that might make sense. Well, thank you, everybody. It's been a project. Tourism Advisory Council members, if you want to be on those planning committees, if you haven't been reached out by your regional directors yet, please know that those calls are coming. We want everybody involved. You'd have a good voice. Thank you, everybody.
Great. Thank you, Dax. Do we have any public comments in the room or online? So with Saber on and Paul virtually, well, we have a quorum, so we can proceed with the rest of the meeting and the business of the council. And with that, Mike, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. If it's okay with the group, we will just dive into the marketing presentations or the plan presentations. And we're starting with Central Montana. Take it away.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, my name is James Cooler, the Executive Director for Central Montana. I've been with the organization since last August in 22, so I'm coming down the home stretch of my first year. And just like to thank all the other regions, the council, for their support, my board, which I'll get into more detail later. But with that said, a little bit about us. We're comprised of 13 counties. We have Glacier to the north, we have Yellowstone to the south, but more important is, we border all of the other regions. So, we have a lot of unique experiences, and we kind of tend to like to think that we're still refreshingly authentic Montana. Some of our strengths, and these are not all of them, but to touch on a few, are the Upper Missouri River National Monument. Of course, that's one of the most historical parts of the Lewis and Clark Trail. We have 149 miles of the Upper Missouri River, and everything from the breaks to the White Cliffs. It's just one of our true treasures, so I wanted to mention that one. We have a lot of scenic byways, to name a few of those. The Missouri River breaks again. There's some stretches of road that are just amazing. that people just, every time they come into town, we hear lots of comments about. Highway 89 going from Belts up to White Sulphur. Again, a beautiful drive. That's where you're going to touch by Showdown. Tons of tremendous hiking and camping opportunities. We have some roadage on the Rocky Mountain front that's pretty spectacular, where we have a lot of just unique geographical and geological structures and locations. The CM Russell Auto Tour from Great Falls to Lewistown, just to name the last one. They all lead to remote, uncrowded destinations. Charming small towns. We have festivals, breweries, restaurants, historical hotels, and rodeos. I've been hosting our board meetings around them, and I kind of make a point to pop into the local places, and every time I get to have a fun conversation. So the local small town vibe is just really cool. Historical experiences. We have Native American sites, 39 museums. Again, lots of unique, very special geographical locations. And then we have 6 out of the 14 locations on the Montana Dinosaur Trail. Everything Montana, we have all the traditional things that people still think about with Montana. Lots of hiking, again. Biking, we the scenic byways, we get a lot of bicyclists. Fishing, we got mountains where the mountains meet the plains. And there's just, all the traditional Montana experiences. And last but not least, again, we're central in our ability to migrate traffic to and from other regions is one of our key strategies we're going to be focusing on moving forward. That's why we're excited to be part of the Badlands to Breaks to Beartooth projects that both Brenda and Carla spoke about yesterday. Challenges, weather, of course, in the off seasons. In the warm seasons, we have consistent visitation, but because we're so vast and so spread out, cold weather makes trip planning difficult, just knowing if you're going to be able to make the drives when people spend that vacation. So we're constantly working on that one. Wayfinding, again, being so rural, lack of signage on some of the remote back roads can be confusing and a little intimidating to travelers. When I was in Fort Benton last week, a couple weeks ago, I was chatting with a lady who I think she lived in Whitefish, and she was coming from White Sulphur, and she was just taking a fun vacation, but she said she got lost more than once. And so when she learned about my job, she said, you need to get signs up. And I said, okay, we'll work on it. So labor and service, consistent service in the small rural towns can be a challenge for, hotels and restaurants in particular. So we're going to be doing some education outreach and hopefully supporting them in ways that can at least have some impact on that. And last but not least, again, with our long drives between small towns, the travel expenses with gas expense in particular can be a factor in people's decisions. Before I get too far into our target demographics and everything, we're leaning on what our FY23 research was. Our WINT agency, who's our paid media agency, they dove into 9 different tools, ITRR, Destination Analytics, State of American Traveler being just a few of them. And they really worked to cross-reference those, and that research performed very, very well this year. We're also 2 months into a 6-month internal strategic planning process where we're doing a lot of deep research. So it was a chicken or the egg scenario, and we just felt it would be efficient to rely on that research going into FY24, but we're going to be carrying it with a responsive attitude to any adjustments we need to make as we work through strategic planning. But Arizona, Colorado, all the main ones, Idaho, Illinois, I'm not going to list them all. You can read them up there clearly. But, the important thing that we do is try to make sure our dollars are competitive in those markets, so the money that we're spending isn't going to be lost to competition that we just couldn't beat in the first place. So all of our paid media this year has met benchmarks and has performed very well. So again, we just felt confident in going in that direction. As far as the audience, we have 4 categories that we put them into: leisure travelers, family, friends, active travelers, and cultural travelers. All of them are 35 years and older for the most part. With a household income of $75,000 plus, I've heard comments about whether that can be a good research metric to go off of or not. For us, again, what we found is that's a metric that if we can reach them in the right markets, we can be competitive and they can afford to take the vacations. So that's mostly what I want to point out for our target audience. For leisure travelers, they like shopping, historic sites and museums, and of course the outdoor activities. These all kind of overlap a little bit, but it allows them, particularly with our paid media, to drill into different messages when they get specific in different markets. Family and friends often have family and friends in the state and in the region, so they're coming for that reason. But they still like the outdoor recreation, nightlife, breweries, and dining. museums, and all of the other things. Active travelers, 35 to 65, they like to get outdoors and do all the outdoor stuff. So we definitely kind of hone our messages for that audience. And then cultural travelers, you know, we have so much culture experiences to offer in central Montana. So 35 to 65, again, that's 75 plus household income. So they love coming out to the museums, the historical sites, the galleries, and of course the dining and the small town shopping and boutiques and local vibe. Emerging markets were, for us right now, astro-tourism and agritourism. Astro-tourism, you know, actually I had a fun conversation with Lynn from Windfall last night about some things we can do to increase the connection between our landing page and their landing page. But we're going to be, excuse me, having a focus on beefing up our creative services for our agencies so that we have some more creative content to really highlight that dynamic of what our region offers. Agritourism, same thing. That's kind of a new thing that some weeks we wrap our heads around it, and then other weeks we're kind of like, okay, so what exactly are we trying to make this message? But right now we're really working with a farm to table and a farm to product narrative with some of our promotional videos that we're putting together, and as we continue to craft the message in our paid media and our website. FY24 goals. Goal 1, specifically, we want to successfully market the region as a whole. One of the things is that the diversity of everything we have can be a double-edged sword. We don't want to get our messages too diluted, so we're really trying to figure out how do we craft messages for the things that allow people to come find what they want to find and not have it spread out too much. But at the same time, we don't want to eliminate any of the other things that might not be quite as notable as some of the other more popular aspects of the region. 2, promoting the rural communities on our site and social media and in our paid media. Again, we're going to be talking about community profile videos. And 3 and 4, increasing awareness in both astro-tourism and agritourism, because those are emerging markets. And goal number 5 is work with our website and design development agency. We're going to be doing a complete redesign of the website to give a little bit more of a current, modern look and feel that still captures the rustic nature of the region. For the tactics, number 1, creating a strategic marketing video that highlights central Montana. That's going to roll into our objectives and metrics, right? So I'll talk about that a little bit more. Number 2 is itineraries. Really helping people have the confidence in being able to plan the trip, know where to go, to do what they want to do, and be in a community when they get there that's going to have the amenities that they're looking for. Number 3, again, astro-tourism promotional video, as well as number 4, tactics, agritourism videos that are going to be working towards increasing engagement on our landing page, traffic and time. So I'll talk about that more in the objectives and metrics. And then number 5, tactics, respond to our 5-year strategic planning analysis project that we're, again, currently working through. And closely monitor all our paid media efforts. You know, we've always done paid media as a year in whole when they present that to us. And this year, we're doing one campaign at a time and then measuring that campaign and seeing what adjustments we need to make. I was going to sail right through it. There you go. Back one. There we go. So objective number 1, again, is help visitors have confidence in their ability to plan a vacation or a trip to our region. Because we have 13 counties and our destinations are spread out far and wide. The metric is to create 5 travel itineraries that can be interactive on the website, similar if you've seen the Montana Dinosaur Trail site where you can hover over and click through, or the Trails to the Stars website. We're kind of modeling off of that. So that's going to be fun to bring together. And if we can, you know, identify a way that, you know, they can pull that trip out the way they want it and then download it so that they don't end up somewhere without service and then be able to have access to it. Objective number 2 is increasing our social media following. We have great engagement on our social media. So for both Facebook and Instagram, we're looking to get a 5% increase in followers, just so we keep building that base, because our organic social media is pretty powerful for us. So we want to keep working with that. Objective number 3, maintain the increase in awareness that Central Montana saw from FY22 to FY23. You know, we talked a lot about this one. We were going to go with the traditional 3% increase, but FY22 had, of course, an explosion of growth, and FY23 was strong. It's a little over 3%. So given some of the economic concerns on a bigger scale, we thought maintaining that might be a healthy and way to present that metric and just set ourselves up for success, but not to say we're not going to push as hard as we can. But we were just wanting to be a little bit conservative on that one and not outpace our growth there. Objective number 4, further engage and motivate potential visitors that have migrated from our agritourism paid media efforts to our agritourism landing page. So again, traffic and time. FY23, we saw 2,508, so we're going to look for 5,500 in FY24 sessions on those landing pages. And then the time spent on the page right now was at 2:08, and so we're, talking with our paid media agency. They thought if we could get that up to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, that's a metric they like to focus on. So just really showing us that people are engaging with that page and that the content there is efficient and effective. And so AstroTourism is pretty much the same thing. Looking to get up to 5,500 on that page, and it's the same. And again, we want to make that more connected to the state's page. At the time that was launched, I don't think they were aware that the state was going to have the full page that they have now. So we're kind of looking to tweak that because it's a little bit of a double up, and kind of like some of the other areas I've heard conversation, we don't want to double up dollars if we don't have to. So we'll be working on that. But the metric for the traffic and the time, for the time is 2:42 currently, and so we'd like to get to 3 minutes on that page. Number 6, again, help potential visitors have a clear, motivated understanding of what makes Central Montana a unique destination. And so the metric there is to create a 30-second video that captures the diversity, but doesn't make it sound like it's so much you can't figure out what you want to do when you get here. And again, having a 5% increase in the website traffic overall for FY23. For our budget, I won't go through all of it, but a couple of key things to note. Our agency services, again, we beefed that up pretty good because we heard from all of them that they're concerned about what they call creative fatigue. So we wanted to give them the opportunity to have the budget to work on pushing that photo, video content for all of our efforts across the board digitally. So that one's up quite a bit more than it has been in the past. Paid media is always big and strong, but again, Went does a great job, and they report every board meeting, and they consistently hit or exceed their benchmarks. Education outreach, we're going to be doing some town hall meetings after our traveling board meetings. We hold our board meetings every second Thursday of the month. So doubling up in the afternoon to hopefully get restaurant owners, hotel owners, chamber members, anybody that we can, commissioners, TAC members if you're in the area. Just so we can help inspire is really the goal. Local owners and business owners that are related to tourism to push their staff and understand, again, the impact that tourism does have on the small towns in the region. So that's going to be a big goal there. And then, of course, the last one I'd point out probably is website development. That 60,000. That's kind of given us the ability to have that complete redesign. And then next year, we're going to be probably looking at beefing up paid media now that we have freshened up our content and freshened up our website. With that, again, in summary, we just feel that Central Montana is at a pivotal point as a destination and region. Again, we're currently working through a strategic planning process. We brought on the Hingston Roach Group in early March, Lorraine Roach and Kara Harder. Lorraine is pretty well known. I don't think I've talked to anybody that hasn't met her or heard of her. And she's been amazing to work with. We held our retreat on Thursday, May 25th in Fort Benton. We had 28 folks in attendance. Nicole was there. We had 4 economic developers. State Senator Bruce Gillespie showed up, 12 board members, and some other key stakeholders in the area. And the conversation was just fabulous. Everybody was talking and nobody was holding back. And it really set Lorraine and Kara up to be very confident about their next steps. So again, that's going to be just a very responsive project that we're going to be working through as we go into FY24. So with that, I would like to thank the council for allowing me to present our plan. I'd also like to thank a couple other people. Barb Sainham with Department of Commerce. She was very helpful and supportive in getting me through almost my first full year. And then, of course, our president, Becky Miller, and our treasurer, Rebecca Ingham, who is up next. I don't think I could have had the year I had without their help. So I want to make sure they get the credit and the acknowledgement they deserve. So with that, I will say thank you and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, James. Any questions for Central Montana?
Two questions for you, James. First of all, I enjoyed the presentation. Question on one of your first metrics. You have timeline on your on those videos. You see them staggering once every 2 months or coming to.
Yeah, that's a good question. I can't say we have a definitive timeline. What's unique is we opened up our video production to happen under both of our digital agencies. Typically, it had always been done under one. So given that we want to not rush the project, but be efficient in time, over the next 2 months, we'll probably be defining that. Now that we're getting through our plan and just Wint is going to be presenting our paid media Thursday, and once that kind of signed off by the board, then we can really jump in. Logistics is really.
Then the second question I have, and you alluded to it, was $60,000 for website development. I guess the question, and it would be hard, but I'll ask the question anyhow, is kind of what are you looking to accomplish for $60,000 on website development? Right? Understand the words. What do you hope to accomplish?
So a few things. Number one, we felt like the look and feel of ours is just a little bit robotic, and we want something that captures, again, more of the outdoor beauty, the nature of the state, or excuse me, of the region. We want to get our navigation a little bit more refined. It's a little kind of clunky and sometimes hard to figure out where you want to go, what you want to find. So we'd like to increase that. Again, being able to have the time to really work through connecting more to our paid media. So it's not a guarantee we're going to spend that much. We've sort of asked them, what do you think is the ceiling that you could get to? And they said, that's pretty healthy. So, the goal isn't to necessarily say we're spending that much, but to give them the room to really produce something spectacular. And again, the itineraries are going to be an area that we really want to spend some time with, figuring out how to make those the best they can be, so that people are really feeling like they're planning the trip that they want before they make the investment in the trip, I guess you could say.
Additional questions for James? Anybody online? Oh, I'm sorry, Nicole. Anybody online or in the room? Okay, Nicole, please.
I first off wanted to say thank you, and it's been so fun watching you grow in your leadership role, and I'm so excited that you cover my personal region, so thank you, James. But I also wanted to ask, what is your biggest challenge that you're facing coming into these goals, just out of curiosity?
I would probably say getting a couple of things off of my plate so that I can, and when I'll be specific, in our strategic planning and talking with Lorraine, she identified that our organization has kind of been built layer by layer, and I'm a one-man show. And so bookkeeping, I manage all of our books, and we'd like to get that into a third-party, certified bookkeeper, just for the organization's protection. We just feel like that's best practices. That'll open up a lot of my time to really be engaged with the agencies. And then we're really reanalyzing our travel planner and how that's done. We put a lot of time into our ads, and we're not so sure that, all of that time and expenses are going to pay off. So if I were to say two things, those would be two things that would allow me to turn back around and focus on these goals a little more consistently.
I'm sure everybody else in the room too is seeing a lot of themes, like especially for Eastern Montana, and I just kind of want to call those out for Brand MT and Hoffman York, and go, these independent regions and CVBs are doing a lot of heavy lifting around the same themes, and it would be nice to see those in your creative. And that's how you Montana, like birding. We're just seeing multiple levels of themes, and soon after these plans are presented, Hoffman York can download all of those and upload those into an AI application and create some themes, right? So they'll do the work for you, but it just would be nice to start seeing and helping these regions and CVBs with some of the themes and see those built into the That's How You Montana.
I'm sorry, please, come on up.
Megan Schultz with ITRR. I just wanted to remind folks that ITRR is working on both astrotourism and agritourism projects this coming fiscal year. So it'd be really great to partner. I know folks in our office are already reaching out to people in certain parts of the state, but please, let's have an open dialogue as to what do you need to know about astrotourism and agritourism? Yeah. Where are you doing paid media? What do you need to know about people who are coming? So just a bigger conversation about everyone who's working on projects, trying to collaborate and really get you guys some information that you need. Don't know what you need to know. So
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Megan. Nicole, if I could put you on the spot, James spoke of a gathering in which you attended that had a group of constituents. Would you mind telling us what you got out of that meeting, how you felt about that meeting, any comments you might take away? I'm looking for inspiration for the rest of us to make sure we engage at that level.
Definitely put me on the spot there, but yeah, it was a great meeting to attend. They've already started the strategic plan, but it was basically the beginning stages after they've collected data. And I believe this is phase 2 in this strategic plan, so they are ahead of other regions that are starting this. And it was really helpful to be at, and just brainstorming as a team is basically what we did. And yeah, you want to speak more to that, James?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fun thing was the conversation that ranged from APR, which is a hot topic, right in Lewistown, and just honest feedback on that, to, voicing their opinions on how to connect to other regions, how to, highlight specific things that we haven't got into, trying to define agritourism a little bit more. And everybody just shared a lot of what should Central Montana's brand and image, or personality even be. So they created a lot of fun workshops where they paired us up into different groups and us around, and it just got everybody talking, and it was like a meeting I haven't been in a long time. So I think the biggest thing was just open conversation that really helped start create what is our identity going to be, and how are we going to build the next 5 years, and what's that plan going to look like. Feedback was just great. They gave, again, Lorraine and Kara, I think, a lot of confidence on where they need to steer us in the next steps.
Glennis.
I applaud you on moving forward with planning, but it also really breaks my heart to see duplicated effort, and wondering where was Coraggio during the session that you were at. And they're in phase 2 of several things, and there's tangible plans already out here in our communities that our regions have taken charge of. And good for you, regions, for taking the lead and getting the ball rolling, because the state hasn't.
And if I could make one comment to that, we did take some steps to engage with Coraggio. They sat in on our last meeting, both Lorraine and Kara did, and then they also had a one-on-one conversation to make sure that any information, particularly that was in the surveys that Coraggio sent out, they kind of went through that so that their survey wasn't too doubled up, and they weren't repeating any efforts that they did.
Any final questions or comments? James, very well done. Thank you very much for your efforts. Great Falls, come on down. Thank you again for all of your efforts last night. Nice work. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. As you all know, I'm Rebecca Ingham, Great Falls, Montana Tourism. And I submitted our marketing plan, so I'm going to add value today in my presentation, because I know you read the marketing plan. And I really wanted to focus in on our organization and what we do. So you're going to see a lot of things you didn't see in the marketing plan, because I'm taking the holistic approach for our organization. Up here are the 9 areas that tourism's role for Great Falls will take for fiscal year 24. You're going to see some things you didn't see because of the partnerships that we have to make tourism great in Great Falls. So we, based on our board input, continue to focus on generating overnight stays in lodging properties. There's a number of ways that we do that with leisure travel and with group marketing, but that is our first and biggest goal set by our board of directors. The next two really are connected to increasing those return visits and increasing visits in general on specific areas. The number 4, I'm going to brag a little bit. We are focused on mimosas for one weekend in May, always around May 16th, which is National Mimosa Day. During the pandemic, one of my colleagues created the Greatest Damn Mimosa Showdown, which started with a small amount of people trying to compete for the greatest mimosa in Great Falls. It's creative, it's fun, and the first year we sold maybe collectively 250 mimosas for about each establishment. So that's 250 people participating. This last year, we had over 1,000 people participating in a one-day stroll around Great Falls and drink fancy mimosas. So that is an effort we do with our general fund money and does not show up in our plan, but is really a great partnership that I'm going to talk about with Downtown Great Falls Association now. We're going to continue to increase direct flights. And then another topic I'm going to talk a lot about is our strategic planning efforts there. Leverage partnerships for us equals success. I'm able to do all of this because these two fantastic ladies behind me. Shannon Newth is our content director, and Callie Jean Tuckerman is our sales manager. These two women have been with me now for a year plus, and are the two people you rarely see at Tourism Advisory Council meetings because of the way the budgets are split. Because of leverage partnerships, these two ladies work for Great Falls, Montana Tourism, but are only on the Tourism Business Improvement District assessment side. They have recently completed their professional and destination management credentials in this past year, and are professionals in their area of doing the best they can for Great Falls based on all of our strengths and weaknesses, which are addressed in our marketing plan. So thank you, ladies, for that. Our leverage partnerships with a number of partners, but particularly first with the Tourism Business Improvement District assessments, allows us the opportunity to always focus on getting at least 200,000 and more in paid media placed. That is, of course, not as much as you'll see in the marketing plan, but for our strategies, we push as much as we can on the paid media side for leisure into the Convention and Visitors Bureau, so we can be a little more creative with our assessment funds. And it's a little bit less constrictive for some of the projects we might want to tackle. Because of that, we've seen a 9% room demand growth year over year. We've seen 6% growth in our membership, which is on the Convention and Visitors Bureau side, thanks to Callie Jean. 63% growth in our click-through rate. We've gone from a 0.5 to a 0.83 is what we're hovering at right now. 43% growth in the Mimosa Showdown. We've already surpassed the numbers we had hoped for this year, so we're going to have to stretch that a little bit more. We are working with ARPA funding to do a strategic tourism master plan for the city of Great Falls. With the Downtown Great Falls office, phase 1 of our wayfinding effort has been complete. And if you noticed, you will see the same lettered branding on our wayfinding signs as our Great Falls in our logo. That wasn't by accident, and that was really focused on creating that Great Falls brand that everyone can utilize to promote our community and create that consistency. And then we partner with the Rivers Edge Trail Foundation as well as the City of Great Falls Park and Rec to make sure we have printed Rivers Edge Trail maps. And I bring that up because we don't do a lot of printed materials, but the trail map is one of the pieces that is so used. And for those of you who haven't been out on it, 53 total miles of trail with 28 different works of art on that. And you will see, I know you love pie charts, so I added a pie chart of what our budget collectively for Great Falls, Montana tourism includes. So you'll see we are using reserves out of our TBID assessments. This is the rest of our assessment budget, our lodging tax piece, and then that great red sliver is membership income, which is in our general fund. Some key things for fiscal year 24 that's a big change for us is our leisure target markets. With $205,000 that we're investing in paid media, I think it'll be around $250,000 this year. We want to try and make the greatest impact we can in our target markets. And when you divide $250,000 by a ton of markets, not everyone's getting the love that they need to. So every year we're focused on trying to get our target markets a little bit smaller so we can have some greater impact in some key areas. Now, each one of these areas gets different messaging at different times, but this is the areas we're focused in for fiscal year 24. We've also are looking at a shift in creative for fiscal year 24. Remember how I bragged about that 0.5 to 0.83% click-through rate? We started our creative, that is a double exposure creative, in 2020. And the reason we did this was we charged our creative team with standing out. If you've ever seen a tourism ad for a destination, they tend to all look the same with great images and wonderful emotion evoking, like I need to be there, but they all look the same. And so we challenged them to try and stand out a little bit. And it's been good to help us get that increase in our click-through rate. However, it's a very difficult creative to use. And so for fiscal year 24, we're going to continue with it. And there's a reason why, but for our purposes, we're going to try and shake it up a little to make it a little more grittier and a little less for the gram style fakeness. And so we're sticking with this for a really good strategic reason with a little bit of a refresh because of the tourism strategic master plan that we're working on leading with the city of Great Falls. We didn't want to shift up our creative until after we got through this process. Since this is going to tell us so much more than we know right now, we didn't want to jump horse midstream. So that's why we're shaking it up, but keeping it a little bit the same. Our tourism master plan is going to cover things we haven't known. We've wanted this since about 2019, and by we, I mean me. We have done really, really well as an organization, leveraging the research from ITRR, leveraging the destination analyst information that comes to us that we're not paying for. But what we don't know is that deep dive in a lot of our venues, our lodging facilities, what's working, what's not working, and what's working and not working on a national level. Many of you know 2020 was a big shift in tourism. And during that time, we've seen a 32% growth in overnight visitation in Great Falls since 2019. That's a substantial shift when historically our community has grown at approximately 2 to 3% on a good year. So there's something happening that we can't quite figure out that this strategic master plan is going to help us determine, along with a lot of marketing research and some direction for new marketing creative and efforts that we hope will continue the trajectory of growth for Great Falls in the tourism segment. These are all of our goals and the metrics we're looking at. So you saw a glimpse of those in our plan, but these are more. And those first two look awful because I forgot to change them. But our room demand really is softening from 2023 for a lot of, or 2022 for a lot of reasons. So we're looking to maintain some of that growth and not slide backwards, but I'm not expecting that we're going to have substantial levels of growth based on our current room demand year to date. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Sorry for going over time.
Yes. Thank you, Rebecca. Any questions for Great Falls? Glenna.
I'm channeling Rhonda Fitzgerald here and having to have something to say. But you do great work, Rebecca, and I appreciate seeing more of the details of the presentation today. And I think some of that could be reflected better in your objectives and metrics in the submitted plan on. For instance, there's a couple of things that are expectations. I don't think they're necessarily objectives to have a clean audit. That should be done by everyone. Expectation. However, what you're doing with your community engagement and strategic plan could be an objective to say, these are how many partners we're going to engage, and this is the progress that this project's going to take over the year indicated. So that's the kind of thing we're looking for objectives.
Chris?
Rebecca, I'm just curious, I haven't made it up there yet. Is the visitor center on the hill, is that still being utilized?
Say that again.
The visitor center on the hill, is it still being utilized? Because I remember you guys closed it and there was no volunteers there.
Yep. Let me tell you the short drama story about that. Our offices are located at 15 Overlook Drive as of November 2021, I think. And our visitor information services are one of the things that we provide as an organization, always have. Running 2 locations with a staff team of 3 with a substantial decrease in volunteers, as well as a 54% decrease in usage of the Visitor Information Center. We consolidated our operations in 2017, 2018 down to 100 First Avenue North. Continued to provide visitor information services from that location. There were some issues with that building, which have been rectified. And then last 2 years ago, our board made the decision to invest $160,000 in renovating that space to accommodate all of our operations, including all of our content development, all of our convention recruitment, and yes, visitor information services. We last year saw 3,000 people walk in the door, which is on track to the double-digit decline we've seen year over year since 2011. There has been a 54% decline since 2011 of people walking into the Visitor Information Center, all while we've seen a 48% increase in overnight visitation. So it is a strategic area that we continue to offer, but we don't invest heavily in that area because of those numbers. We are working this fiscal year to add in kiosks to the space up there so that it is usable more often year round. And then a partnership with the kiosks that are already established in our hoteliers to have some of that information. So the space is utilized for all of our operations, similar to the 100 First Avenue North space. So there's the big story on that. You're welcome.
That wasn't that much drama. Any questions online for Rebecca?
From Michelle Cushman, our Tourism Grants Program Manager. She just said, Great Falls is doing great things, very fresh.
Thank you.
Questions from the room? Hearing no other questions, Rebecca, thank you. Very nice work. Appreciate last night as well. Thank you. As Haber makes its way to the podium, makes her way to the podium, this is her parade, so make sure you all remember this is our new old DMO. So welcome back to the table, and please take us away.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Fagerbaki, and I
this is all new to me. So I appreciate you allowing me to be here. We're so happy to have this back. This is huge for Havre. And thank you, Barb. I would not be here today if it weren't for Barb and all of her efforts. This is a whole new world. So if you would have asked me a year ago what CVB or TAC or Central Montana was, I wouldn't have known. So it's a big learning curve, and I really appreciate all the help along the way to get us to this point today. So Havre is a small, charming town. We have rich history and a lot of unique experiences. We recently held the Bear Paw Marathon on Saturday. I wear many hats. I'm the executive director for the Havre Area Chamber of Commerce. I'm the executive director for TBID. I am now a DMO. I'm on the steering committee for our Downtown Havre Matters committee. The good thing about that is we get to be in alignment and have cohesion with all of our plans because I am the tie there. So it's great to be a part of all of it, but like many other small communities, we all wear a lot of hats. So small town charm, we've been working, our Downtown Havre Matters Committee has been working on implementing a master plan. It was recently adopted earlier this year by the City Council, which is amazing. We are on the High Line. Highway 2 goes right through the heart of our town, and we're working on facelifts. So we recently got a mural put in last year. It's right on the highway. We have an art alley. We've got lots of cute shops and boutiques. We do not have a Starbucks, but we do have a lot of locally owned coffee shops, and they're all wonderful. 406 Roasting roasts their own coffee beans. They also roast their own cacao and have artisan chocolates. So we may not have a Starbucks, but we do have a lot to offer. We're full of culture and history. So we have Fort Assiniboine, we have Havre Beneath the Streets, which is our underground tour. We have the Wapchugan Buffalo Jump. We have the H.R.L. Clack Museum, along with a couple other museums. We have an art gallery that's in our old library. We have a historic district, a lot of history because we're a rail town. And we also have the Montana Actors Theater, which is completely amazing. If you have not been to one of their productions yet, it's a must-see. They do have their every year they go out into the Bear Paws and they have a production. It's coming up, I believe, next weekend. Amazing. So we've got a lot to offer. However, we don't have a lot of funding to support these programs, and so CVB is so important to Havre. Currently, Fort Assiniboine and the Wapchugan Buffalo Jump and the Earl Clack Museum are short staffing because they don't have the operating funds to pay a livable wage. And so it's kind of cyclical. If we don't have a budget to pay staffing, we certainly don't have a budget to advertise that we have all of these wonderful attractions. And so they impact one another. We also have wide open spaces. We are home to Beaver Creek Park. It is the largest park in the nation. It has the Beaver Creek that runs through it and 2 lakes. There are hiking trails. Havre Trails is an amazing organization that continues to build more trails out in the Bear Paws. They built another one last year, and they're in the works of building another one. We also have a location in the Bear Paws that is a dark sky viewing that is on Trail to the Stars, and multiple campgrounds, and there's a venue out there, and we're actually going to be rebuilding the venue at Kiwanis Park where weddings and receptions and all sorts of events are held. And the northern lights have been amazing this year, so dark sky viewing, we do not have that light pollution. So for Havre, we say escape the city, escape the crowds, escape the ordinary. We definitely have hospitality. So we have 7 hoteliers and 6 campgrounds. We have a distillery. We are down to 1 brewery now, but we still have 1. We offer anything from fine dining to a local ice cream stop and anything in between. The most common, we're also the visitor center in Havre, and the most common questions we get are, what's good? You know, where do we eat? What can we do here? And people are shocked that we have all of the cultural attractions that we have because there's just they just don't have the budgets to advertise them. So our marketing plan is destination marketing. We're marketing leisure travelers, active travelers, cultural travelers, and visiting family or friends.
James set the stage for it with 35 plus 75,000 household income or more. This is our meager budget here. We've got a little over $20,000 budget. As far as the education outreach, we've got plans in the works to reach out to all of our hospitality partners as well as business owners and really teach them how to sell Havre. You know, sell them on all the attractions that we have. If they're asking, no offense to our partners on either side of us, but if they're asking for a campground or a hotel down the way, sell them on Havre. We are the in-between in central Montana, and so we want to make them part of we want to be part of the journey. We don't want to be the through town. So we want to sell them on it. We want them to come and stop in Havre earlier in the day and go take part in all of our attractions and then have some dinner and spend the night, not just get in late at night, spend the night and maybe get some gas in the morning and head on out. So we do have an amazing brochure, but it hasn't been updated since we had CVB funds previously. So we're looking to update it, add a few things, and get that reprinted. And we'll also have a digital copy on our website. We're also going to do a website refresh. It also has not been updated since we previously had CVB funds. And so we'll update that. And then we do have a couple of billboards. They've been up since we previously had CVB funds as well. As you can see, this one's right outside of Fort Benton. It's cool, but it's dated, it's faded, and it really needs a refresh. We have another one outside of, on the west end of Havre. So we're looking to do some cooperative marketing with our T-bid to redo those billboards. The largest portion of our budget will be with paid media. We'll do some print advertising. We always advertise in Glacier Country. We'll do the billboard cooperative marketing project, digital advertising. As you know, digital marketing campaigns are expensive, so that will be a small portion. We'll probably do some ads on Yellowstone Country and Glacier Country's website for some lodging amenities. Social media, very affordable. We use that a lot. And then digital asset acquisition, we do need to procure some photos and videos so that we can use them for our marketing plan and update our website. Our goals are to market Havre as the best place to stay for travelers along the High Line. Like I said, we are an in-between. We want to make people, we want them to be, us to be a part of the journey. We want them to make it more of a road trip and make Havre a stop along the way instead of getting in late at night, spending the night and boogieing. We want them to stick around, see all the things that we have to see, and take in dinner and then move on with their journey. We get a lot of people coming and going from Glacier. We don't see as many Canadians as we used to. Part of that is because the Port of Turner is not open on the weekends, and the Port of Wildhorse has shortened hours, and just 100 miles to the west on the interstate is a 24-hour port of entry. So they go through Shelby and down through Great Falls. We also want to build Havre's brand. We want to build it as a destination for the authentic Montana experience. We have rich history, outdoor recreation, unspoiled nature, and we're a charming town. Consistently, what we hear from visitors that come into the visitor center, as well as all of our Bear Paw Marathon runners that come from all over the country, hospitality is number one. You know, your people are awesome. Your volunteers are awesome. You know, everywhere they go, they just have rave reviews about our hospitality. And so we really want to build on that charming town and build that brand. And we want to increase hotel stays in Havre so that we can continue to have CVB funds and be a DMO. We're going to promote Havre and Hill County amenities that we offer to travelers through social media, billboards, and print advertising. We're also going to promote our area attractions, like I said, so that we are part of that journey, so that we're part of that road trip. And so they're not just coming to stay, but they're coming to take part in all the awesome things that we have to offer. And then we're going to create some travel itineraries to take the stress out of planning. Like James said, Central Montana isn't as well known. When you're planning a trip, it could be stressful, especially if you're not familiar with the area. So we want to provide people with things to do, places to stay, some options of cultural dining, drinking, all the different things that we have to offer so that they can take the stress out of planning their trip. All I have.
Thank you, Jessica. The first question is going to come from me. Will you pronounce your last name again?
Fagerbaki.
That's a good one. I think you might win the award for the best name. Are there any questions for Haver? Jeff?
Yeah, is Amtrak back on full schedule?
Yes, we do have Amtrak daily, and that is one of our opportunities is to target Amtrak travelers. It stops in downtown Haver once daily.
Haver has a lot of true challenges, and kudos to you. Your plate is really full. And being through Haver, and last year I believe you had a fire in the Bear Paw Mountains as well. That was a great joint effort of putting that out. Every time I go through Haver, I notice that a lot of places are closed due to staffing issues. How are you planning on addressing that at the city level a little bit better?
So during these roundtables that we'll be having with all of the business owners and industry folks within hospitality, just really stressing the importance of trying to find that consistency. The conversation and being open, because then you're going to get those dollars and you're going to be able to pay and all the things. But the conversations that we've had lately are, it's kind of a pricing war. All these businesses keep increasing wages so that they can staff their business, and then it's pricing other businesses out. They can't afford to pay those wages, and so they're especially in the hospitality business, they're really struggling with how are we going to, we can't afford to pay more, and so they lose out on people who are paying jobs that offer benefits and things like that. And that's the same conversations that I've had with Port of Assiniboine, the Girl Clock Museum, and the Buffalo Jump is they just can't afford to pay the wages.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that because $20,000 is a really small budget, and you're pulling a lot of weight with that. Thank you.
Comments online? Anybody in the room?
Alicia, it's so great to have you back. Thank you for coming back and sticking with it. We're all better because of it. And I hope that when the administrative rules for House Bill 540 get put in, that you can be helped with that, like many of our rural DMOs.
Thank you.
Jessica, thank you.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. This is Saber. I was like, oh, wait, I better give my comment. I just wanted to say that I'm a huge fan of Haver Underground. We went on that tour sort of randomly one day in the middle of winter, and it was an amazing time. And we were the only ones there. We got a really amazing private tour, and I think people just don't take advantage of that enough. So do it if you're ever in Haver. The Haver Underground is amazing. Also, Marrow and Bone and the, I think it's 45 Below. There are some amazing restaurants there that have just opened and some that have been there for a while that are just fabulous. So big fan of Haver. Being from Southeast Montana, I will rah Northeast all day too. So thanks, guys.
Thank you. I do have one other thing. So we had a torrential downpour all weekend long during the Bear Paw Marathon. We always team it up with Living History Days so that when all of our travelers are there for the marathon, they have things to go and see and do, and we put an itinerary together for them. But all of those events had to be canceled over the weekend for Living History because of all the rain. The underground flooded, the Buffalo Jump was dangerous. I think Fort Assiniboine did try to do what they could for their reenactments, but just a lot of challenges this year. So Living History Days didn't happen, our art alley didn't happen. The Bear Paw Marathon did. It was just very, very muddy. So, but yes, those are all challenges that we faced, and the underground is top notch.
Okay, folks, we'll have our first action item of the morning. I'm sorry, Joe, please.
I just want to piggyback on Saber's comment. If you have not had an ugly burger at Rod's, it cures what ails you. So please do.
Here's what ails you. I love it. I'm going to ask this group for a motion to approve the fiscal year 24 DMO plans and budgets that were presented this morning so far. The first being Central Montana with their budget of $477,317. Great Falls and their budget of $213,436, followed by Haber with a budget of $20,538. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Got it. I make the motion.
Chris will second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve those fiscal year 24 plans for Central Montana, Great Falls, and Haber. Do we have any questions or comments on the motion? Paul, did you raise your hand? Okay, sorry. Anybody in the room? Comments, questions? All right, thank you for your comments during their presentations. I appreciate that. Let's vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Anyone abstaining? Very well done. Thank you all, Central Montana. We have the Southwest Montana group making their way, but I wanted to acknowledge that Director Osterman has joined us this morning. If you missed Scott in the room, thank you for being here this morning, and we hope that these plans will enlighten you a little bit about some of the challenges these groups are facing. Okay. All right. Are we ready for Sarah over there, Rachel? Okay. All right. Sarah, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Sarah Bannon, Executive Director of Visit Southwest Montana, and I'm located in Deer Lodge. Okay, so Southwest Montana is really rich in history. We feature copper barons, feisty outlaws, gold miners, Lewis and Clark explorers, hardworking cowboys, adventurous frontiersmen, and a Nez Perce battlefield. With 21 wildfilled mountain ranges, numerous blue ribbon streams full of trout, 3.3 million acres of forest land, natural hot springs, amazing underground caverns, sapphire mines, 316 species of birds, and a dozen ghost towns and ghosts, Southwest Montana provides the backdrop for a lifetime of adventures. Landscapes, legends, and lore. The rest is history. Okay, this is a synopsis of our region.
When you think of Montana, do you picture skyscraping ranges of snow-capped rock? A cowboy on an 8-second ride? Camping under a sky so wide it seems to swallow you up? Then you're picturing Southwest Montana. Nestled between Glacier and Yellowstone National Parks, this vast region holds the best of what Montana has to offer. Here, you'll find lively communities, an abundance of recreational opportunities, and intriguing 19th century ghost towns. And if you dig a little deeper, you'll find a trove of hidden gems. Wherever the road takes you, welcome to Southwest Montana. We're glad to have you.
Okay, so looking back at fiscal year 23, here are some of the highlights. This is a picture right here of Bannock State Park. And our creative, we had great response with our creative. We have like a collage of different attractions, different things in the region. And then we work with different taglines for our, for what we're placing our ads in. Landscapes, legends, and lore. The rest is history. And I can't read the rest, but they're really cool. And then we have a most amazing partnership with the University of Montana. We work with Rick Gretz on a community vitality program. and we have this is called This is Montana. So we work with grad students, and they go all over the regions. They do essays, stories, they do photography, they do research. And consequently, we have on our website this amazing inventory. It's like an encyclopedia of our region, and we're going to continue with that this next year. But they cover communities, geology, history, mountains, streams, all kinds of things. And our web stats are amazing. Even just since January of this year, we've had over 8,000 total views. But the views are lasting at least 3 minutes each. So here's just a synopsis of it. This is the top. It's hard to do it justice, so you'll want to check it out on our website. But we have special places, and here's an example of an essay, Sculptures in the Wild. We have lots of communities. You'll see this is about Anna and the essay. Valleys and rivers. Now, there are essays on all of these, and there are multiple ones in these areas, in these different categories. Short stories, another thing that we're working on now is having even short little stories so that I can send them out, and I'll send them out when I send out an email to my board members, to the membership, and these short stories with a photo really gets them to really open the email and check it out, so it's been really great. Photo gallery, over 250 images of stunning photos. And all these photos are available to our people in the region, and so are the stories. They can use them for what they need, as long as it's not used for making, for profit making. We also have a film website now to bring economic development into the rural areas. So the benefits of that, we put out unique locations, film-friendly communities, the low cost of living, and inexpensive filming costs. And that's just a little bit of it. And then on our website, we also have a list of all the movies made in the area, in the region, and this rotates. It's really a fun thing to see. We do a Calgary travel show, and it's always been amazing for us. We've been doing that for the last few years. We partner with Helena and Butte on this, and we have quite a presence because we pull out the divisions in between. So we have this nice big area, and then we go ahead and market the whole area. All of us do this. This year, Maria Porchavina came up with the most brilliant idea for us. She said, what about getting some bags with a map on it? And it was phenomenal. People absolutely fell in love with that. And we put our Montana literature in the bag and handed out. So they had all our literature in one place. And it was just a huge, huge hit. So we are trying something new. So one of our board members did some research, and on the East Coast, there's this Chocolate Lovers Trail, so we're trying this out. She did a lot of research on this. We have 23 people that are working with us on this. They are participating, and so when people go around, they get a free chocolate sample, and it doesn't necessarily have to be chocolate food. Somebody's giving a chocolate candle, somebody's giving chocolate eraser. We have somebody giving chocolate quartz, the rock. And anyway, so we have the passport. They go around and they get the initials, they get their sample. And when they get 5 initials, they get a free chocolate lover sticker. And then when they get 10 initials, they'll get a free Chocolate Lovers Trail T-shirt or a baseball cap. And so this is brand new. We're really stretching ourselves with this one, but we're looking forward to getting the results. We're expanding our Drink It In content. We've added Canyon Ferry Brewery, Stonehouse Distillery. So when the governor's conference, we decided, since it was held in Helena, we would give out information on what to do for people on their travel to Helena and on their travel back. So we have lots of IDs on this. This got emailed out to everybody who was at the conference. It was on the Friday Flash. and a regional map. So I need to tell you, maps, maps, maps. People want maps in their hands. They want printed maps. Biggest request from the state to get all these maps. And we find, because our area, we just really want to make it as easy for them to see this. And so we've got this regional map. It's a tear-off map, and it has all our attractions. It has our state parks, ghost towns on there, and then on the flip side has lots of scenic drives. We do a birding brochure. It's amazing how many birding people come through the region. We have great response with this. We had probably one of the best birders on the planet help design this. And again, speaking of maps, if you look on the left, you see all the little maps too that can help them zone in on certain areas there. Our travel guide, this is our #1 marketing piece to get people through our region. We find, since we're a region, we're tasked with marketing all the communities, all the attractions and things, and we can do it with that travel guide right there. And right there you'll see again, we have a scenic drive. But this travel guide goes into Idaho Falls, Salt Lake City. We put it into Spokane, into Coeur d'Alene. And it is a real driving piece for us. Most of the people coming to our region are repeat visitors, and so they'll pick this up, and they may not have been in our region, but they come back. And one of our biggest requests are people that will call and say, I have your travel guide from 2 years ago, and now I'm coming, will you please send me the most updated one? So this is one way we can really market the whole region. Looking ahead. Okay, we have, again, our haunted history. This is new. We haven't printed this yet. It's our ghost map. Again, we're into maps. And has haunted sites and paranormal tours. And we've had a lot of requests. People are waiting for this. We're just about to print it, so. Continental Divide Trail, we have 4 gateway communities, Anaconda Butte, Helena, and Lincoln, plus other areas that are right along the Continental Divide. So we're working with the Continental Divide Trail Coalition. We're coming up with maps. We're working on like a day trip group. That's what we're featuring. And then we'll push the communities and the events and attractions right in those communities. Okay, and then we're going to, in progress, we have TV and over-the-top spots. We're joining the Glaciers to Glazers on the motorcycle trip, and we're doing continued content building, including video and photo assets. I'm going to skip this. Oh, yeah, I'm going to skip this just because I had that, just in case people might start falling asleep, but people seem to be pretty with it, so. I'm here for questions now.
Thank you. Questions for Sarah? Glennis?
Thank you, Sarah. I'm just curious, with all that wonderful content, how much of it is actually used by your communities across Southwest Montana?
And not so much yet. We are working on letting people know. That's going to be one of our things. I'm talking with Rick about that. In our next board meeting, we'll be having a thing on how people can use this information.
Sarah, a quick question. What's the budget for Southwest Montana?
What's the budget?
Yeah, what's your
$977,000.
You have a question from the chat. Kim Burrell, our International Marketing Officer, she would like to know, will your haunted history map be available for download on your website?
Yes, well, along with haunted stories and such. So, and speaking of photography, if anybody knows how to photo some ghosts, let me know. We'd like to get some of those.
On that note, I love that you're leaning into the paranormal. Is your ROI pretty good on that?
Yes,
good.
Huge. There was something on the Leisure Channel, and we have two really amazing agencies we work with. Windfall, who we've been throwing all this at poor Lynn, and she's really been delivering for us. And then also with Tempest, they threw up a social media thing, and bam, we got hit so much with people so interested in this. And it hits another target market now for us, which is a younger group. Most of our people are 55 to 85 by far. Like, in fact, I have that here. It's just, we really are an older group. Yeah, 43% of our people are 65 to 74 years old. 13 more are 75 and older. And then 33% are 55 to 64. We're a very mature group here.
Sarah, to follow Jeff's question, can you quantify when you say you got hit? Are you talking hundreds?
Yes, like,
Tell us.
and I can't even remember. I do remember I reported this last year. It went up, and within a week, it was easily over 355, and then it shot up over 1,000, and then shot up more after that. So, and it included, by the way, Anaconda and their gulch. That is pretty scary at times.
Thank you, Mike. Hi, Sarah. I definitely am not your target audience for the paranormal.
I'm not either.
My willful suspension of disbelief is not belief. So, but if you do some simple searches for paranormal photographers, investigators, researchers, I'm sure if you reached out, they would be overwhelmed to come and
do some photography. Yes. Yeah. Well, and we have paranormal groups that come in, and they'll get the recordings, and you can see things. Well, you can't see it, but you can hear it. You know, I don't see things, but I'm not wanting to.
Yeah. Very good, but I think you could get some good traction.
Okay, we'll check it out.
Video photography, yeah.
Are there any comments or questions online? Anybody in the room? Anybody else on the council have anything more to say to Southwest Montana? Chris?
Raise your hand if you believe in ghosts. No, I'm just kidding.
Saw some hands go up in the room. He was just kidding, I think. All right, Sarah, thank you again. Appreciate it. All right, everyone, keep your applause going. This is Mary's Parade. Here's our first presentation from the newly commissioned Anaconda DMO. Mary, take us away.
Okay, first I want to thank Steve Warlick, Mike Johnson, Alicia Harvey for the reviews that you gave me on my application. They were very helpful in helping me tweak what we had, and especially Barb Sainham, who's been my lifeline. So I just wanted to thank those people. So some of you are not familiar with Anaconda. Anaconda is a town with a lot of history. We have the Beaverhead Deer Lodge National Forest surrounding us. It's literally out our back door. We're located just off of the I-90 corridor between Yellowstone and Glacier Parks. We have great amenities like dining, cultural experiences, outdoor recreation opportunities that you would not believe. World-class golf at the Jack Nicklaus Old Worth Golf Course, skiing at Discovery Ski Basin, which is one of the still almost undiscovered ski areas in Montana now that Bridger Bowl's blown up so much. So we have some really great amenities. We have an architectural legacy to rival only Butte, I think, as far as architecture that it didn't get torn down during urban renewal. The Copper Kings offer a unique history of Montana. We are on the cusp of the industrial age. Butte and Anaconda share some of this mining and smelting history. we don't have cowboys. Our two counties really don't have many cowboys or agricultural things, and that had to do with some of the pollution. But anyway, but yeah, well, so we send everybody to Dillon or Deer Lodge if they're looking for cowboys. Also, we have some of the friendliest people you'll ever meet and a depth of community spirit here. Anaconda in 1980 had an identity crisis. I'm going to cry when they closed the smelter and they closed the mine. So it took us since 1980 to rebuild Anaconda. And I don't know. I didn't grow up there. I didn't come until I didn't come until 1977. But I was there when it closed, and I do remember the effects on my friends and their parents. So the rebuilding has taken 30 years of negotiation with Atlantic Richfield and Superfund to get rid of some of that stigma of being a polluted Superfund site, because the cleanup is really close to complete, where sometimes that would halt our economic recovery, because we couldn't put anybody in the East Yards where the Forge Hotel now sits because it hadn't been cleaned up yet. That was a more recent thing in the last 5 years that it was cleaned up. Okay, so I'm just going to go over a couple of our, yeah, I got it. Of our strengths, one of our strengths is, of course, the tallest freestanding masonry structure in the world, the Anaconda Smelter Smokestack. It is now a state park. It's the smallest state park in Montana, so it also gets the smallest portion of the state park budget. So we do try to help it along when we can. Our other strengths I already kind of mentioned. We also do a vintage tour bus that brings visitors through our doors to experience Anaconda's history. Also, we have new attractions like Gunslinger Gulch Bread and Breakfast, which was mentioned, ghost towns, Montana Zip Line, the Forge Hotel, Copper Court RV Park, Pentler Portals Hostels. So we're almost double the number of beds, more than double actually, of what we had before, plus more attractions that bring visitors and that take visitors to help sustain. Our opportunities is to help some of the events in town. We have a couple on shoulder seasons, that St. Patrick's Day race, the Festival of the Winter Moon, in the fall, Wildlife Art Expo and Oktoberfest. So we will have some opportunity to help these. We have worked on marketing our location as a base camp for outdoor recreation all year long, and will continue to develop a cohesive plan to make Anaconda a tourism destination for a quality vacation, beauty in nature, friendly people, and good food. Also, Discover Anaconda is working on establishing a T-bid in the near future, which will add more monies to help with promotion of Anaconda. Some of our biggest challenge is pulling people off of the I-90 interstate and getting passerbys on the way to Phillipsburg to actually stop and stay with us for an hour, 3 hours, a day, 3 days. So we are working on itineraries to help people better decide where to stay. And that's what we do at the Visitor Center, which, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Mary Johnston. I'm a tourism director for Discover Anaconda. I was previously the Chamber of Commerce director before we merged with the Anaconda Local Development Corporation. So just like every town in Montana, there are some gaps in amenities. We have a few gaps with local outfitters. We're hoping that through some of our advertising will attract more. Some of our local lodging facilities, one in particular, Hickory House Inn Bed and Breakfast, has partnered with a couple of outfitters to provide a unique experience in Anaconda great place to stay, and also provide them with activity. Our role is one of destination marketing. I know there were several, but I thought our budget is only a little over $21,000. Glenda, just so you know, we're in the same boat. So we just thought it would be better to concentrate on a few things in destination marketing. Our target market is Gen X and millennials, as you heard from Sarah Bannon. That seems to be the gap. We have a lot of retired people and we have a lot of baby boomers, but we are missing that middle market that actually has spendable income to take a vacation. One of our first objectives is to update billboards on I-90 and exit 208, Big Hole Highway 43 at Wisdom. The one on I-90 was updated in 2017. The other one, not really sure, because we kind of forgot that we had it. And if you haven't passed by there, you don't realize that it's still there. It's actually in decent shape, but it really needs an update. Our next objective is marketing Anaconda as a base camp for activities and adventure in Southwest Montana. And we do this through Yellowstone Journal digitally, as well as in print advertisements to draw more visitors. And next year will be our third year utilizing the digital portion, and we're adding a piece because we want to maintain that older market with a print advertisement. Objective 3 is utilizing cooperative marketing grants from Southwest Montana Tourism. This is where we get our local quick guide distributed and printed in partnership with Southwest Montana Tourism, and our portion as CVB would be 25%, where Discover Anaconda would shoulder 25%, and then we get 50% from Southwest Montana Tourism. Visitor center enhancement with new signage. As you can see, our sign is pretty dated. The one on the right that shows the bus tour is a little newer, but the other one is very dated. And you see, we have train cars. We inherited those from the Anaconda Company, gifted those to us, as well as the building. So those have to be maintained, painted, different things, but especially the signage now doesn't really represent what the visitor center is, because now we're Discover Anaconda, and also we're a CVB. So that is one thing that we thought would really help us. Marketing Anaconda as a base camp for activities on existing shoulder season events in October, December, January, February, and March. And we're looking for an increase in occupancy rate and bed tax collection, and I see a typo. Anyway, so, and then the last one is, oh no, I already did cooperative grants. Okay. So metrics, this is our baseline year. So we're looking in a 15% increase in bed tax in 2023. And why I think that would happen is because with the new hotels and accommodations in Anaconda in 2022, we saw a 107% increase. And in 2023 so far, there's a 6% increase. So we are trending pretty high. Oh, I'm not reading my notes right. 2021 was a 49% increase. 2022 was a 107% increase. That's what it was. Okay, that makes more sense to me now. So that's why I think we could pull off a 15% increase in bed tax collection. So we are using, since this is our baseline year, I put up some things that we are using to help measure that data. IRRT, Voices of Montana Tourism, comparing increases in lodging tax and spending in Anaconda Deer Lodge County. Our guest register at the Visitor Center gives us some baseline statistics on how many people visit us each month, and also how many from out of state and out of country. Normally during the busier season, it is a lot higher. Also, some increases that we're projecting and using Google Analytics in also looking at how well our advertising is doing. So, and the last is our little budget. Hey, do you have any questions?
Mary, nice job. Does anyone have any questions, comments for Mary? Glennis, please.
Thank you and welcome aboard, Mary. We're pleased to have you. You're very bold in trying to target the Gen X and millennial audience, the gap in that region. And it's also going to be quite a challenge because so many of your assets are history related and things that do appeal to your existing older, more mature audience. So do be very aware of social media and how younger audiences receive information in order to convert those to visitors.
Chris.
Pintler Loop, maybe I missed it in Sarah's, I apologize if I did. I didn't see it in this presentation. How are you guys promoting and selling Pintler Loop? It's absolutely gorgeous drive.
Through the map, Southwest Montana Tourism does provide us with a map and the Pintler route. So we do get a lot of people that stop in and they think they're going to Phillipsburg, they're not sure, and is it worth it going all the way around? And sometimes they're based in Anaconda, sometimes they're based in Butte, or they're on their way to Missoula, and instead of sending them back to I-90, we send them on to Phillipsburg along that Pintler Scenic Highway.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to throw it out there, and I don't know how many of you are already doing this as nonprofits, but the Google Ad Grants for Nonprofits is free for nonprofits, and it's the training wheels of any marketing plan. It is basic pay-per-click ads that Google pays for you for being a nonprofit. They have a couple setup stipulations, but if you call their toll-free number, they have someone who will set it up with you. You'll share the screen. I've had it for the museum now for 6 years, and right now I'm getting close to $4,000 a month in free advertising that as a nonprofit I can't pay for. It's not video, it's not photo, it's just basic words, and I'm more than happy to chat with any of you because I would like to see. There's so much print, and print is really expensive, and this is a lot of how people are traveling and on their tablet like Glennis has. So I just encourage everyone, not just you, Mary, but to go through the process of it getting approved for Google Ad Grants for nonprofits.
Any questions online? Anybody in the room? Okay, Rachel.
Rachel with the Department of Commerce. I just wanted to say I'm so excited that you're here. I actually spent most of my childhood in Anaconda. That's where I grew up before moving to Helena, and so I have my grandparents still live there, and it's really a special little place. Has some really fun things to do, like the ice skating rink in the wintertime with the giant Christmas tree and all the lights. So I'm just really excited to see what you guys can do, and I'm so glad that you're here.
Mary, excellent work. Thank you very much. Congratulations. We will welcome Butte to the podium, please.
Hello. Oh, I meant to grab my phone. So Alicia, if you want to use your TAC cup to raise it,
had my timer set. I'm Maria Porchavina. I am with the Butte CVB and TBID. First of all, I too want to thank Barb Sainum. What would we do without her? She needs a crown. Barb, we love you. Also, this is not part of my presentation, so don't start to time me yet. I don't know what I would do without my brothers and sisters in CVBs and regions, especially since during that time frame that now we just, we think about 2020. Without them taking a lead and helping all of us together, people like Diane out of Kalispell and Barb out of Missoula and Racine Creedy and everyone and the Billings crew to move us forward. And to the TAC, thank you for your review of marketing plans. You must sleep during some of, at least mine, but anyway, thank you for reviewing those and your thoughtful notes. So Butte, Montana Wildly Historic, you can start your timer now. Butte, Montana Wildly Historic, we have a lot of history throughout the state and throughout the nation and throughout the world, but Butte is a little bit different. And so at the Visitor Information Center, I say something like, where do you bring thousands and thousands and thousands of men together and not have some really wild history? Where else do you have the longest running brothel, closing in 1982, the year my husband graduated from Butte High, and it's only located, what would you say, Mike, about a block and a half from Butte High School. And it reopened, not as a brothel, but there we go. Underground tours where you go into an old speakeasy, but then you can take a tour and go into a new speakeasy. It truly is just a phenomenal community with so much to do almost all year long. We're excited that we can go ahead and keep our attractions open longer and longer. So I just shared that with you. Now let's see if this works. Ooh, there we go. Okay, so I just put together a couple of things that we're really proud of, and then I'll go into a little bit more detail afterwards. Outdoor recreation and how we direct our residents and non-residents, and taking a line from Sarah Bannon, maps, 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 and more maps. I handed out, and I didn't have enough for everyone, but this is, I think, the third copy of our outdoor recreation map, which takes into account the Continental Divide National Scenic Trail, map of Thompson Park on the backside, which is the only park in the U.S. that is maintained by two entities. It is a municipal park on National Forest Service lands for day use only 12 months of the year. Also, both with Thompson Park and with Mod S, which is easily accessible off the highway, there is trailheads. You can get up to the Continental Divide Trail. We have fishing access points and camping, of course, on that map. It's widely utilized. But we also have this on the Avenza map app. Say that 3 times really, really fast. Oh, excuse me, okay, so there's the map that you're looking at. The photo on the top was the photo that we used as we became a gateway community with the CDTC. And then, of course, Thompson Park. I'm getting a little tired of that, but that is phenomenal. That's an old railroad trestle and is really quite a view and pretty exquisite. And there it is on the Avenza map app. We use this app because I refer to outdoor recreationalists that, truly are passionate about it. If you see me out running, pull over and pick me up. Jocelyn Dodge is a retired recreational forester with the Beaverhead Deer Lodge National Forest and is well versed in this. And so this was an app that she likes to utilize. There's a little bit of training. It's free, but you can use this map, I know, throughout the United States. So this is what we use for our QR code to go ahead and direct people to this particular map. Our Canadian visitors, we didn't see them. I'm at a VIC in Butte, and it was noticeable in 20 when we reopened the VIC, and in 21, and somewhat in 22, and we're starting to see them come back, which is truly wonderful. Prior, and Sarah touched on this, prior to 2020, we had attended religiously the Alberta Outdoor Show in Calgary. And so these were the statistics from this year. I won't bore you by reading them, but I will tell you it was an awesome show for us. And Sarah gives me way too much credit for the plastic bag. But anyway, these were some photos from it. There was our booth as Southwest Montana was flanked by both Butte and Andrea Opitz from Helena. So these are some comments that I want to share with the show.
You know, we know that the dollar isn't favorable for our Canadian visitors, but they didn't talk about that. And they couldn't wait to come down. And they were so passionate about having us there and to talk about different places to go. You know, they naturally know about Glacier, you know, it's right in their backyard, but we talked a lot about Yellowstone and the fact that we feel that the registration fee is going to go ahead and be instituted at some point. My photo is the dude in the far right-hand corner with the pink leggings. I just thought he was cool. Anyway, but a lot of people, a lot of interest, and I'm seeing that at the VIC. They are so happy to come down. They are thrilled with being able to travel. And again, the dollar isn't such an issue. What I'm going to spend a little bit of time on is, and I don't know what I sent, but obviously I didn't send the one where things lined up a little better, so I apologize. Our VIC is right off of I-90, I-15, and you can actually see us from the highway. We see a lot of people, and they don't expect us just to know about Butte or Southwest Montana. They want us to know about the entire state. Because our signage, which is good, and there's a lot of it, and there's a lot of different colors. Heck, we've got blue signs, we've got brown signs, we've got our signs, but they come in and they want to know about other things. So along with this, they do understand that there is the reservation system in Glacier. They've got that down, thank goodness, because that was a real problem. But I will say this, I'm on the Southwest Montana board, and if you ever have the opportunity, or I would go ahead and contact Sarah or the 800 number for Southwest Montana, or get on their website and request a guide. I'm really proud of the guide that our region puts out. It answers the question, it facilitates a visit. Our job at the VIC is not, if I can't keep people in Butte, I've got to keep them in the region. If I can't keep them in the region, I've got to keep them in the state before I send them off. And we answer a lot of questions in our guide. You want to know about ghost towns? There's a whole section on ghost towns. And of course, because it's Sarah and we love our maps, there's a map. If you want to know about where to go rock hounding, there is a map. It's important that we not just talk about what we offer, but how in the heck do we get people there? Okay. And that's really the premise behind our outdoor map. I can talk about the Continental Divide Trail and the beauty, et cetera, but how do I get individuals, just look, whether they be residents or non-residents out there? So I would encourage, as you are developing travel guides, to think about who your audience is, and if it is to facilitate a visit to your area, think a little bit more about how to get people where they need to go. I'll tell you what, everybody knows about Yellowstone in 1923. Everybody, we are seeing specific people traveling for that reason, and they all go home with a map of Montana where I'm circling areas and sending them to different places and sort of explaining the magic of movies, if you will. It's been huge, and people are so extremely interested in what it was like and where can they go. And of course, I get to send them right uptown Butte onto the streets of Broadway and grant it for them to take a look at those actual scenes from 1923. I started watching 1923, and if you had two characters involved in the scenes, I am looking all around at the architecture and what's local and the extras, etc. But I'm sending people around the state as best we can from our VIC. Currently, so far this year, we are seeing more visitors than previously remembered at our VIC. And we're able to spend more time with them. But they're coming earlier, they're staying longer. They're not always looking for the free campsites, which at our VIC, we don't specialize in free campsites because they don't pay a tax. And we share that. But we are seeing a lot of people with coming in and wanting to know what to see and do and want to be able to come back. The other couple of things I wanted to talk about, touching on what Sarah was talking about with the paranormal, absolutely huge. The Travel Channel last year did a series, 8 episodes, Ghosts of the Devil's Perch. That was all filmed in Butte. If you have a chance to take a look at it, it's really quite cool. Dave Schrader was the star of that. It's TV, Okay, so believe in ghosts, don't believe in ghosts. It's TV, but it was interesting, and it's been a big draw for us. Paranormal is huge in Butte, and what's great about paranormal, it doesn't happen during the day. It's a nighttime thing. So you have a couple adult beverages, you go on a ghost tour, you got to get a room, you got to spend the night. So we do a lot with our paranormal. We're fortunate that Chris Fisk, who is a retired history teacher, is able to do more of his paranormal things on walking tours. And then, of course, in the fall, we do the haunted trolley tours. We took our prices from $30 per person to $50 per person, knowing that from my old hotel days that you can go ahead and go down, but if somebody bites on 30, you don't turn around and say, so will you pay 35? So we took them up to 50 and they just booked like that. Something else that is happening in Butte, and we're thrilled, is that we're returning to being a festival city. Of course, we have the Montana Folk Festival, we have Henri Rog, which is the Gaelic Festival, Serbian Festival. We're seeing Wings and Wheels, which will be out at the airport this weekend. Kind of going back, hearkening back a little bit to Evel Knievel Days, which I don't ever see reviving, but Brawls and Kickstart Days at the beginning of August. We're also seeing a lot more entertainment in the evenings. There was a time when I was at a hotel, when I'd be managing a hotel or working the front desk or being in the sales office, where people would come up, well, is there music somewhere? No. Okay. Now we have got so many venues doing so much music. So I'll be working with them, pulling the venues together and the artists on how we go ahead and we promote that. Okay, thank you. Am I at a minute? Close to. How we go ahead and promote Butte as a place to take those short little mini trips. That's okay. It's all right. Mike did his thing. How we can go ahead and promote that, especially in the shoulder seasons, the music venues. And I'm just going to add this. I used to say that, you know, there's different kinds of entertainment in communities. Yes, we have a strip club, and no, I don't promote that until I find out that they put a music stadium out there, and I'm just, Sagebrush Stadium. There we go. Okay, I'm done. That's it. Question?
Any questions about Sagebrush Stadium? Any questions for Maria? Comments? Any questions online? Anybody in the room? Yes, I have one.
No, they actually put a music venue next to the strip club. Mike? I want to say it's a few hundred with plans to make it bigger. For events. Yeah. Mhm. Open-minded. I'm trying to be open-minded.
Very fair. Any final comments for Butte? All right, Maria, thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Rebecca is coming on down as the next contestant. Here is our Dillon DMO plan.
Okay, thank you. And I have to apologize respectfully to the TAC. There was a miscommunication, and I had two very important government meetings yesterday in Dillon, one with our city council and one with our county commissioners. And both were very good, but I can tell you that our city council meeting that I had yesterday, I was proposing to redo an art alley in Dillon, and it all came up very quickly, and so I got on their agenda, and I didn't expect them to approve it, and they did. So I was so excited. So it was very fruitful for me to stay in Dillon until 5 o'clock and then drive to Great Falls last night. So that's where I was. But thank you so much to everyone who reviewed my marketing plan. And in Dillon, it's lose yourself and discover yourself if you can just unplug from your phone. So moving on to the next slide. Oh, I have this. Hi. Is it just the front arrow? There we go. Okay. So in our marketing plan for 2024 fiscal year, Our roles and responsibility, or our roles is a destination marketing and destination development, and our little art alley is going to help us with that development part. In Dillon, we fish and explore our summers away, but we really must market our winters to develop our additional experiences for our visitors. And things like this art alley, I think, are going to help. We even talked about snow removal, and people said they would help us remove the snow. So I feel like we're really generating some interest in how can we make those 9 months of winter a little easier, bring some more visitors here, and kind of showcase and help put people in our hotels and in our restaurants and our bars so that our businesses can thrive. So our destination marketing, our first objective is to advertise online, digitally, and in print to increase our visitors exclusively for winter travel. And in fact, I've really gone this year, in 2024 will be my first year to only go exclusively for winter. I'm not even advertising for summer. Our fishermen are great. Our hunting, last fall, our bed tax collection numbers were off the charts, so for us. So I'm really just pushing all the dollars to winter. How can we get more people in our town for winter? Destination development, but once we get them there, we've got to have something for them to do. So continuing to update our website with seasonal updates, events, new tourism businesses, and trying to keep it fresh. We do have a small business in town that's looking to rent snowmobiles so that you can get up on that Continental Divide, and it's not very far away, and that can be really something great for us. Objective number 3, partner with the University of Montana Western Glass Arts Program to produce 100 small little glass paperweights to be hidden in our businesses in Dillon and the surrounding county for visitors to find them Memorial Day through Labor Day, for the purpose of engaging our community and attracting visitors. So this is what we call our Beaverhead Treasure Hunt. And this is the 3rd year of us doing it, and it's been very successful, and I'll show you a picture of one here soon. I didn't bring one with me, but I'll show you a picture of one here soon. So how can we tell that we're there? Well, we get the ads placed at KXLF and the National Park Trips and Outdoor for Online, Digital, and Print ads, in Hemispheres magazines at United Airlines and the USA Today Winter Travel Guide. So again, I'm really focusing on that winter. And for the Hemispheres magazine, we advertised in there last year and got an incredible amount of response. I had people emailing me from all over saying, I was looking at Italy and Morocco and flying along, and then I see visit Dillon, Montana, and they were shocked, and they were so happy to see it and said, well, I'm going to come just because you're there. So I thought that was pretty cool. And this year I'm going to be in the September, October, November, and December, those 4 months, just because I really want to get in there on that heavy travel season around Thanksgiving in those magazines. So that should be good. For a KXLF, we want to compare our last year's analytics to 1.4 million impressions, nearly 4,000 clicks to our visit dillonmt.com website. And we request the analytics from the national parks and outdoor and USA Today and Hemispheres magazines as well. And I will mention that, thank you, Barb, for sending the bed tax collection reports here recently, because I did notice that even though on the state and the Beaverhead County side, the bed tax collections did go down for the first quarter of this year, but I saw that Dillon went up 2% in the first quarter of this year. This is the 9th straight quarter of continued increases in Dillon, Montana, which I think at 9 straight quarters. So that's pretty good for continued increases. Kind of shows you how low we really were, but anyway, but I think it's good. We're on the right track, and we just got to keep it going. Second, we're going to use Google Analytics to track our web traffic and compare year over year. Last year, we had 145 site sessions and 96 new visitors. And this year, increased our web traffic by 5%. And there's your little twisty doodads. They're called twisty doodads. They're beautiful little glass paperweights that the art students at the college had so much fun making. I only asked for 100, and they made 168. They just kind of blew it away because they were so much fun to make. But that's the center picture there is our little treasures, and we're tracking these paperweights that are found, and we want to increase our out-of-state finders by 25 out of the 100, so a quarter, and continue to engage our local residents. And I'll tell you, we just launched this on Memorial Day, and my office is being flooded as we speak with people coming in and saying, I found one of your treasures, enter me in the drawing for $100 in chamber bucks. And that's what we're doing. In fact, I had a paralegal from Helena email me and said, I got back to Helena and I found my treasure and here's a picture of it. Enter me in the contest. And so it just has generated just a nice little excitement of people wanting to come to Dillon. So what are our budget? So our budget is going to be $42,437. We really have a lot of heaviness on the paid media. That's because of the Hemispheres magazine and the other digital marketing, which I think is really benefiting. It's really targeted, like I said, for those winter months. I did contract with STAR. I'm so excited. I'm going to get some STAR reports and get some occupancies in my rates and reports in my town, which I don't know that we've ever done. So I'm excited to get that data. And so I did increase my research budget at the last minute because I was able to get that. So I'm very excited. I will say that, you know, the administration, $8,487 to help pay for my role is really lean. The chamber is doing I'm doing everything I can to sell chamber memberships so that I can help pay my little wage. But I think SB 540 should help small groups, not just in eastern Montana, but also in rural Montana in the Southwest as well. So I look forward to that. So lose yourself, discover yourself in Dillon, Montana. And if there's any questions, I'll be happy to take those now.
Very nice work, Rebecca. Thank you. Any questions for Dillon? Comments?
I was one of your reviewers, and once again, you knocked it out of the park. Great job.
Oh, thank you, Chris.
Rachel, anybody online have anything to say? Anybody online? How about the room? Well, Rebecca, once again, thank you very much for your outstanding work. Thank you. And now for our capital city, Helena.
Thank you. All right. Good morning. My name is Callie Asham, and I am proud to represent the Helena Area Chamber of Commerce and CVB as their president and CEO. So what's new in Helena? As far as this job is concerned, I am. As we know, the Helena Chamber has been through significant transition over the past 12 months. When I joined the Chamber last May, we had lost our two longest tenured employees who also served in our two highest positions. When I took this position, I had made up my mind that despite all the change in our community, the Chamber's position would be very clear. We are here to serve the entire community. In an age where social media makes us all look in before we look out, we would focus on how the Chamber and the CVB can be of service to the Helena community as a whole. I'm a big fan of the saying, high tide, all boats rise. And now is the time. If there is one consistent over the past 18 months, it is how much things can change. Like our neighboring cities around us, Helena has seen the impact of an influx of residents, a dissipating workforce, and inflation. But by facing these challenges head on, it has been an exciting year for the CVB, and we are so proud of the work we've been doing. In the past year, we had the opportunity to expand our marketing windows by adding fall and spring shoulder season strategies to complement our traditional warm season strategy. We are wrapping up our spring shoulder season campaign currently, and we're going to evaluate that campaign soon. We are fully into the warm season campaign, and we were very pleased with the success of our fall campaign. In the last year, through the efforts spearheaded by Visit Helena and my friend Andrea Opitz at the TBID, we have launched a new brand initiative for the city of Helena and the surrounding area. The intention of this effort is to grow the Helena visitor economy by developing a brand that improves the community experience and our product offerings that stimulate long-term growth in tourism, workforce, and business development,
defining how the visitor economy in Helena can be leveraged more strategically to drive sustainable growth and equitable community development. And finally, and what we are most proud of, is establishing a brand which begets community pride and endorsement. We are so proud of the new brand and the opportunities it brings, but what is most exciting is the collaborative effort I saw out of all of our partners to make this new brand a reality. My favorite part about this new job is seeing the communication and conversation that is finally taking place with other organizations like ours in the community. In conjunction with our partners at Visit Helena, the city, Montana Business Assistance Connection, the Business Improvement District, and Downtown Helena, Inc., we are having real conversations about the challenges we are facing as a community and how we can take these challenges on together, who we need at the table, and how we can be most effective. These conversations might, at any given time, benefit one organization more than the other, but high tide, all boats rise. With the new brand strategy at the forefront, we came up with the following goals. Our first goal is to raise awareness of Helena's recreational, cultural, and historical attraction and activities, and increase visitation in the warm and shoulder seasons. We also want to make sure that we're increasing awareness of Helena as a recreational and leisure travel destination, and ultimately increase the lodging tax collections year over year. Our second goal is to continue to build upon the marketing opportunities that we have with our partners. This includes the TBID, our airport, Southwest Montana, and the Montana Office of Tourism. With the TBID, we want to make sure that we're helping incorporate their new brand elements, and you'll see their new logo down in the corner there from the newly released brand initiative. We want to make sure that our website content development relates to our advertising campaign. We want to make sure that we're also sharing our creative assets to stretch our dollars as far as possible. We've also put aside some cooperative marketing effort dollars that will allow organizations to promote an area or an event. We also are working very closely with the Helena Regional Airport. We've worked with them to form the Helena Air Service Alliance, which will include helping to promote air service growth in Helena. We'll also work with Southwest Montana. Sarah gives me great opportunity to share our message through their travel planner. And then the Montana Office of Tourism, obviously as I get more used to this role, taking advantage of more joint venture opportunities this year. Our third goal is to continue our partnership with the Yellowstone Journal. This has allowed us to build a substantial email database that reaches those interested in traveling to Montana and the park. We'll continue to refine that messaging and related especially to the travel to and from both parks, and we'll provide outreach to those who have requested information about traveling to Montana from this partnership. And this year we worked with the TBID to redo our visitor's guide, which hopefully everyone got one at the governor's conference. And finally, we're going to develop a strategic and comprehensive digital campaign that will reach our desired audiences. We rely heavily on digital campaigns to use our dollars. This is a grid of our budget. Our total budget is $183,000. Obviously, 50% of that will go to paid marketing, or excuse me, paid media. We have put aside some opportunity marketing dollars as well as some cooperative marketing dollars to leave us open to work with the TBID to push out that brand strategy. Question?
Any questions for Helena? Okay, Alicia.
We are so glad to have you. Thank you. And I like your fresh approach to your marketing and your emphasis on digital.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Comments, questions from the room? Double checking online, anybody?
Can you hear me? Here we go. I had Michelle Cushman say, nice to see such energy for Helena.
Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that.
All right, I think then we've heard the slate of Southwest Montana plans. So let's talk about the motion we're going to need here. I would ask that the council move to approve the fiscal year 2024 DMO plans and budgets as follows. Southwest Montana with a budget of $966,721. Anaconda with a budget of $21,527. Butte with a budget of $192,349. Dillon with a budget of $42,437. And Helena with a budget of $183,000. Do I have a motion?
We'll make the motion.
Warlick, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the fiscal year 24 plans for the Southwest Montana slate as presented. Are there any questions on that motion? Comments? Anyone? Hearing none, then we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor of approving the Southwest Montana slate for fiscal year 24 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Anyone abstaining? Congratulations, Southwest Montana. Nice work. We'll move now to Glacier Country and ask Racine to step up if you would, please, and take us away.
Thank you so much. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Racine Brady. I'm the President and CEO of Glacier Country Regional Tourism Commission. To begin with, I want to thank the TAC for really providing the opportunity to take a fresh look at this presentation. As you know, in previous presentations, I've gone on a little bit. So this allowed me to take kind of a fresh, abbreviated look at what we're doing and really showcase the things that we want to call out that we're working on. I'm going to be covering some of the things that were asked by our reviewers because I really thought there were some thoughtful questions in our review. And then I'm going to be showcasing some of the projects that we have done. Really kind of the contents, I'm going to talk about our destination stewardship initiative and what that means to not just what we do and how we do it, but how it's changed our organization as a whole with adoption of new mission, vision, value statements. And then I'm going to also be talking about our marketing and our tracking and budget. Taking a look at a couple projects that we're working on, and then shift to our destination stewardship program as a whole, and some of the projects that we're working on that with us. Glacier Country Tourism has truly transformed itself into a destination stewardship organization, prioritizing the interests of all stakeholders in Western Montana, including residents. Instead of simply promoting communities, our organization now emphasizes engagement and stewardship within those communities. We've strategically allocated marketing resources to attract visitors during seasons when partners desire more activity and when communities simply have more capacity to accommodate them. Additionally, our primary audience message encourages both residents and visitors to be responsible stewards of the region by engaging in responsible recreation. This process is driven by our board of directors, who remain committed to it, and by revisiting our mission, vision, and value statements. Our new mission and vision are Glacier Country Tourism partners with our Western Montana communities to welcome visitors and support livelihoods while protecting quality of life, extraordinary outdoor resources, and cultural heritage. We will be the leading destination steward in our region's cultural heritage and natural environment, balancing the quality of life of our residents with the quality of our visitor experiences. And we will passionately pursue our mission and vision with honesty, integrity, equality, and respect. We will operate fairly and with transparency to earn the trust of everyone that we work with, exercise sound judgment and leadership, benefiting residents and visitors, and celebrating and honoring the diversity of our region's communities, cultures, and natural beauty to foster a united sense of place. As we always have, we will still be incorporating destination marketing and management tactics, and we will be tracking them to provide measurable KPIs. We feel it is really important to track the effectiveness of all of our programs, ultimately monitoring the performance of our paid media, social media, webpage analytics, our earned media and digital influencer reach and ad value, our B2B program, call center, and travel guide performance. We will simply be looking at more of a year-end performance of all those things rather than the detailed nitty-gritty campaign-specific things. We'll be taking full advantage of our 15 budget categories provided by the rules and procedures with a total budget of $4,663,000. This amount is based on estimated new revenues for fiscal 24, but also we have a significant amount that we estimate will be unspent from this year. So that is not all new revenue. That is rollover from current year as well. We love cooperative efforts, and we are incredibly pleased with our ongoing Glaciers to Geysers Niche campaign that we have with Yellowstone Country. This campaign was created to move people not only throughout our two regions, but to disperse them between the two regions. This successful partnership continues to attract snowmobile and motorcycle visitors, and we have expanded niche content sections across each partner's website. Over the last couple of years, we've added content on museums, Nordic and downhill skiing, and other winter adventures, and we are incredibly excited to have Southwest Montana join us in this initiative this year.
I've been called many things in my life. A nomad, an explorer, a dreamer. Some people have called me lucky to have experienced what I have. I don't really believe in luck, only priorities. I've made it my mission to not just look at images on a screen, but to experience this world for myself. To witness Mother Nature's work with my own eyes. And to put my hands on a feeling I can keep. That mission has brought me to Montana. To the land of glaciers and geysers. I set out to explore the lands and discover the people in between that define Montana and make up its magic. From jagged snow-capped peaks, to rushing rivers, to small towns and humble folks who embrace a slower pace. This is the type of land that tells a story you'll treasure forever. The type of land you want to learn from. The type you want to care for and preserve for generations to come. The earth is what we all have in common. And Montana feels like coming back to earth. Change is the only constant. But if it were up to me, this land never would. In Montana, freedom isn't just a dream. It's a way of life.
This fall motorcycle promotion included paid placements distributed across all three regions' social platforms, and we added content with Southwest Montana into the video, supporting content onto the website, on the motorcycle page, museum page, and also into itineraries and locations, and of course, added them into our motorcycle guide. And of course, as always, we track individual key metrics from that website, because that's a separate website, tracking, reporting, and across all the social platforms, and the completion reports for all of our paid promotions regarding that campaign. The next project is by far the one that has taken the longest on record that I can remember to complete. It was a project casualty of the pandemic, and we brought it back to life, and are happy to have it almost completed. This is a kiosk at Clearwater Junction Rest Area. It's at the junction of Highway 200 and Highway 83, across from the famous cow. And what this is a 3-panel kiosk, and these panels inform visitors how to best recreate responsibly in the Blackfoot and Seeley Swan corridors. The panels are interchangeable for warm and winter seasons, and what we've done is we've created frames that will allow us to easily open the frame up and switch the panel depending on the season, so that we can keep that information relevant to the season. The original kiosk was actually created by the Blackfoot Challenge and to celebrate the Lewis and Clark expedition. And they are a well-known internationally conservation organization who has celebrated a long history of conservation. And so we are continuing to build upon their legacy of conservation by encouraging responsible tourism and recreation. The signs contain information on the different communities, corridor highlights, various activities in the area, and of course activities based on the season, allowing the interchangeable signs, and a detailed map with QR codes to various other resources. And the signs cover or build upon recreating responsibly, leave no trace, and tread lightly messaging, which are all partners of ours. And of course, we're targeting the travelers and recreationists who are stopping, and that's a very popular rest area. And the Clearwater Junction kiosk aligns with our 5 high-level goals and actionable initiatives that we are looking to accomplish in our Destination Stewardship Program. I appreciated the reviews that came back from the TAC, and so, because a lot of them were talking about, well, here's this plan, how do you implement it? And so the one way that we felt we could truly implement it is to invest in the program. And so in order to do that, we have a dedicated person. It is her job to implement this plan. And we also have set aside dedicated funding for this program. We have $500,000 that's set aside in project money that is specifically for destination stewardship projects. In January, we hired Jenna Bolt. She is our new Director of Community Engagement and Destination Stewardship. And her role is to implement this strategy. She has been hitting the ground with and having meetings all throughout our region. And she's tracking her progress on these maps. And we're tracking which communities are engaged, which ones are maybe not quite ready to have projects on the ground, and which ones we're actually just trying to evolve or have projects that we're already working on. But she is managing and overseeing the development of those strategic initiatives, and then cultivating and maintaining robust relationships with strategic partners. For what we really feel that Destination Stewardship Program is all about is actually relationship building in our community. That is where it is truly all about. Our program has funding to support both programs, but in order to be able to qualify for the funding, it must be community driven, and it must both support residents and visitors alike. And as you can see, we have an interesting project that we've been working on. It was kind of fun, and it was our first pilot project. This project was with the Scenic Montana's Trails, which is a motorized and mechanized trail club up in Seeley Lake. It's formerly known as the Seeley Lake Drift Riders. And what the problem was is that 8 miles up one of their main snowmobile trails in the winter, they have a warming hut with a wood fire stove and a picnic table. And people stop there for obvious reasons, to warm up, or it's a gathering point. But it's also 8 miles up from the nearest facilities for people to use. And so with the increased usage by all user groups to that warming hut, they were having increased problems with human waste. And that was very, very problematic for obvious reasons, but also to the visitor experience. And what the club came up with for a solution was to work with a local machinist to construct a sled that could be pulled behind the trail groomer, and that with 2 porta potties, and that would just be pulled back up, and when it was full, pulled back down, switched out. And what it allowed for was a place where people could use the facilities, not be just out doing their thing throughout the area. And I have to tell you, this project has been incredibly successful. They went from a year of lots of complaints to a year of no complaints. And they are very excited about looking at how we can expand this type of partnership moving forward. Another project that we helped with this year was with Glacier National Park, with a Glacier National Park Visitor Reservation Center call center. As you all know, we have a new reservation system up in Glacier, and it's a little challenging for people to navigate and understand it. And so what the park and Glacier National Park Conservancy did is they felt that they needed to have a call center to help with handle those calls themselves and not necessarily rely solely on their webpage. So what this was trying to do was help residents and visitors understand and navigate that system, be aware of the yearly changes, because it has changed year to year as they continue to try to fine tune that pilot program. And as we all know, visitors who show up that are aware of the system have a far better experience. And the call center is really an opportunity to disperse visitors not only throughout the park and the region, but really throughout the state. People who call the park headquarters can now access the call center from the call system phone tree at the HQ. The center is staffed with trained professionals to answer their questions about the vehicle reservation system. And then as people begin to shift from reservation questions to general travel planning ones, the callers are then transferred to Glacier Country's call center, thus lowering the call volume and the queue times for the callers, because we learned very, very quickly how many calls were actually being missed, and the call volume was far higher than ever anticipated. In just the first 3 months, March through May, they have taken on over 5,000 calls. 1,800 of those have been transferred over to our call center, and technically, the full transfer protocol wasn't even implemented until April 30th. So most of those transfers actually occurred in the month of May, which if you look at the data, you can see where in the first 2 months, the total time taken on calls was about the same, and the number of calls that were well over 5 minutes was fairly high. Once they started the transfer protocol, and especially in a month that had far more calls than normal, we were able to decrease the total time on that in that call center queue and lower the number of calls that were taking so long. So looking ahead, we will continue the implementation of our DMO plan and the Destination Stewardship Plan, with all efforts carefully crafted to align with our strategic pillars. And everything that we do now looks at these strategic pillars. We are to be an advocate for Western Montanans, encourage responsible tourism and recreation, enhance experiences in rural communities, shape demand and disperse visitors, and then foster stronger stakeholder alignment and collaboration. Our DMO plan supports 33 identified and prioritized initiatives within the stewardship plan, which I did hand out to the TAC. And to effectively implement these initiatives, changes have been made, not only at the organizational level, but even at the board level. The board just recently approved a restructuring of the committees, because this is a board-driven program. This was their idea, and they are continue to be incredibly engaged in making sure that this plan moves forward. So we now have a dedicated stewardship committee where they will lead this process. In FY 2024, we will be developing also a rebranding effort that encompasses our brand identity to reflect the new direction and the vision of our organization. And I also want to acknowledge the great team that we have at Glacier Country, not only in our board and our staff, but also our agency of record, Windfall, and of course, all the amazing partners in the communities that have been working on not only creating this plan, but how excited they are when we are going back out and talking to them about it being done, and we're ready to hit the ground running. We're ready to start working with you. It has been incredibly well received, and we've only just begun. And with that, any questions?
Racine, well done. Questions from the group for Racine? Glennis?
I'd have to say that Glaciers to Geysers motorcycle video is probably one of the best examples of video storytelling that I've seen. So bravo, that's wonderful work. And bravo on your strategic plan. You are indeed a leader in the state. Thank you, Racine.
Thank you.
Haley, please.
I won't stay mute the whole time, but yeah, Racine, I just want to echo Glennis's, that video. I'm a solo traveler, and so often the messaging that we receive is families, and that made me feel like it was okay to go adventure alone in Montana, so I loved that.
I will say that I got the goosebumps when I first saw that video came out, and we've actually challenged Windfall. In fact, all of our video and videography that's being done this next year is going to be along those lines. It's going to be not capturing more staged or produced images. It's going to be much more impromptu so that we can capture stories, true stories that are happening along the way. So all of our videos moving forward are going to have that same feel.
Racine, if we stay focused on that video for a second, for me, the most celebratory item was the fact that you're working with 3 different portions of the state.
Mm-hmm.
And I've often thought, what if we were to combine forces and think about these solutions in a bigger bundle, how much better they could be and how much more inclusive they could be, and frankly, just better for those that might be looking to come here. So congratulations on getting 3 groups together to make that happen. I think that's great. Alicia?
Thank you. Great job, Racine. You know, in a passing comment, which I think should happen a lot at these meetings, calls in the hallway, chats in the hallways and such like that, you mentioned, because we were talking about how you've become such an expert in destination management, marketing, stewardship, and development. Could you please share a little bit about how smaller organizations could go to the Destinations International meetings or take advantage of their certifications and training?
Absolutely. I can truly point to a time when I started thinking about the structure and organization of Glacier Country, and it's when I started to become more engaged with Destinations International, which is truly an organization for destination organizations. It's educational, it's advocacy, it helps with sales, it helps with accreditation. I believe Rebecca and her team have gone through the accreditation programs. I haven't quite gotten there because I haven't done the papers yet. But I cannot recommend more strongly that I think it is truly a benefit for DOs to be able to go to those conferences, and whether it's just the annual convention or whether they look at a specific summit, but it truly, in terms of me, changed how I look at things and really inspired me to think outside the box, because you are sitting there with people from all over the world, and you start having conversations about, well, what are you doing, and how are you, how are you funded, or how do you do those programs, or how do you handle your agency, your financial oversight and compliance, and these panels about stewardship. And this is a big topic, destination stewardship. And so again, we get in our little bubble, but there's a lot of other programs out there, and I highly recommend there be some sort of program that provides for all the DMOs to be able to participate.
Is there a rural assistance program for that?
I don't think that we know of right now, but that could possibly be something that we look at through the RAP potentially.
Thank you, Racine.
Go ahead.
I was pretty involved with DI before taking this position, and they do have special breakouts and conferences for DMOs under $1 million in budget. They do have a rural focus.
One more comment, Alex?
I also just wanted to speak about the video. The video is awesome. I think that we're all rock stars in this room, no matter where we are and what we do. But I'm wondering if we can be more strategic about where we place Racine's presentation. So, like, if it's at the end of the day, how are we going to feel walking out? And if it's at the beginning, how are we all going to feel following her lead? She's
Seriously, Alex, I think the same thing about you.
No. You are, and even, I know you have an amazing team too, but you're an amazing leader, and what you do for this state, for tourism, cannot be beaten. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alex, before you get off the hook, I'm trying to understand, what are you trying to say? Do you want it at the beginning or do you want it at the end? All right, well, you think about that and let us know, okay? Any other comments for Racine? Joan?
Racine, sit down. Long story behind that comment. Going back to your call center, I don't know if this is currently being done or if at all possible, but I have hotels in a variety of the gateway cities or communities, and then also because of the timed entrance, it's new and relatively unknown. Is it possible for you to share information possibly with the other regions and many of the surrounding chambers, CVBs that aren't in this room? Because my front desk clerks, as many of others, struggled with, not just making up answers, but trying to get that person away from them. Like, I can't answer your question. I don't know. It would be great if we could just give them this phone number, call the experts. So possibly something to think about if it's not already being done.
A couple things to that. The park just released a toolkit that businesses can actually take advantage of. I think there's even things that you can print off to help with things with QR codes and such. But it also helps with just kind of educating people. But also, I know the DMOs in the region have all become pretty articulate about this. But if people want to talk specifically to the call center for the park, you just call the headquarters for Glacier National Park, and then once they get into the queue, they push, 4 or something like that to go to, and then they can ask as many questions as they want. Because we all know, I don't understand that, but when it's explained a different way, it's easily communicated. And I was talking to Jim McGowan, it's the Windfall Call Center that they've contracted with, and he said it's amazing how kind of nervous and excited they are when they first talk to someone, and then literally after 4 or 5 questions, they are just like, oh, that's how it works. And they're just able to better understand it. And frankly, that's when they're like, oh, and they start talking about their travel planning. So I think there's just ways of being able to truly understand it. But yes, the call center, we were just planning on sending out toolkit in our newsletter and stuff, which I know all the DMOs are on that list. But if we could maybe help spread that out as well to businesses, I think that would probably help. Would that be of assistance?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do we have other comments? Racine, everything that's been said is truly the highest compliment, but you did an amazing job. Thank you for your leadership. We appreciate all that you've done.
Thank you.
Coming up to the podium now for the final parade of the TAC meeting is our new Columbia Falls DMO. Let's welcome him one more time, please.
Imagine being new and then following Racine. That was a really great lineup. I'm Laura Gadwa. I'm the Executive Director for the Columbia Falls Chamber, and we're honored to be here and really excited for this opportunity for our community. And again, I know it sounds like a broken record, but thank you, Barb, for all the calls, emails, messages, and also to Alicia for taking the time to help me as well. We rapidly threw this together starting the beginning of April, so we are here and excited.
I'm going to go over a few things. Since we're new, I kind of wanted to just talk about Columbia Falls a little bit, our community. Right now, we have seen a lot of growth, our strengths and opportunities, and then some of our plans and goals for fiscal year 24. A little bit about myself, since I haven't met most of you. I've been the executive director for the chamber for 7 years. I have 2 little girls. Lexi's my youngest, Elena's oldest, and then my husband, Wes Gadwa. We've been married almost 11 years, and we moved to Columbia Falls in 2014. A lot of the reasons we wanted to be closer to family. We grew up in the Northwest, but moved to Kansas for a while, and then when our kids were born, moved back. But camping, hiking, fishing, and learning to play hockey. My whole family plays hockey, even the youngest little one in the area, and reading and exploring. And so I decided to join Rookie League so that I wasn't always sitting and watching everyone else. And I will tell you, joining and starting a sport as an adult, especially with ice, I recommend, but just remember you can be humbled very well, especially when your kids are better than you. So right now the population of Columbia Falls is 5,545. And when I was thinking about this presentation, I wanted to get input from the businesses and the people in Columbia Falls as to what they thought of when they thought of Columbia Falls. And so I initially said 5 words that describe Columbia Falls. And the first one I got was, damn, you've gotten big lately. And the next one was city with the best views. So then I just switched to 5 phrases. So the first one is welcoming. A lot of our businesses are locally owned in Columbia Falls. It's a very welcoming community, warm community. You feel when you go to the grocery store, you can still meet people that you know and are welcoming to you. As many other communities are, we are a gateway to Glacier National Park. We are the largest city before the west entrance of Glacier National Park. And I think just bringing awareness of what all we have to offer is something that I'm looking forward to in this plan. And also telling it through stories, kind of as Racine was talking about, one of our goals or initiatives that I'd like to implement is a storytelling, either podcast or it can also convert to a blog, but coming from the community members, coming from the businesses, and coming from locals that live there that can tell our story, because I think the stagnant pictures are great, which we also have a goal of creating a content library as well. But I think getting that storytelling really makes a bigger impact. As I mentioned before, a lot of our businesses are locally owned, even the new ones that are starting up. Adventure is a big part of the lifestyle in Columbia Falls. We live based Flathead National Forest, the National Park, the Flathead River is there, so adventure is in our backyard. We did a Explore Your Own Backyard campaign a few years ago that took off really well. It started during COVID, so that we could start telling people, even though aren't traveling like you used to, you can still explore your own backyard, and we're talking about things that they could do there. And then growing. We are definitely growing pretty substantially. In the last 5 years, this is Nucleus Avenue, one of our main roadways in Columbia Falls. And so within that, there's a brand new apartment complex that has been built there. Gunsight Bar and Saloon is a year-round music venue. They do concerts outside Wednesday through Sunday all summer, and then inside during the rest of the year, bingo nights, all sorts of things. Backslope Brewing, if you haven't ate there, I highly recommend it. It's probably the best food you will ever eat, and most of it is locally sourced. And I'm not just saying that because she's our board president. I mean, I like to stay on her good side, but her food really is good. Brooklyn Bagel and Bakery, he came out of New York, and everything is freshly made. We have a couple new ice cream shops, an art gallery, and retail stores. So the downtown of Columbia Falls is really developing, as well as a brand new music venue. They just had Morgan Wade came in to play. I know, it's in Columbia Falls. You have to come visit. That venue holds, I think he said, up to 1,500 people. So he's doing year-round concerts there as well that just opened their doors a few months ago. Another few things are currently being built. There's a 48-unit complex, apartment complex on Nucleus that's being built. There's more residential apartments as well, and a 5,600 square foot steakhouse that's supposed to open in June. Also has a casino. And then a couple new proposals coming. There's another 65-unit hotel that's supposed to be coming in right off Highway 2 that is within the Columbia Falls city limits, so that's pretty exciting for us when we're looking at the bed tax, and it's directly next door to the chamber, so we get to just greet all of the people. And then there's a few sidewalk and bike paths that the city of Columbia Falls is working on to better connect and encourage additional traveling and opportunities. Here are the strengths in Columbia Falls. We're really conveniently located. We're 10 minutes from Glacier Park International Airport, which is also in a renovation and growth stage right now. And then we're 20 minutes from the west entrance of Glacier National Park. The Flathead River also runs directly through Columbia Falls, so there's rafting trips, paddle boarding, floating, guided trips, fishing, pretty much anything you would like to do on a river, whether it's floating or whitewater rafting, you can do that right within and get out at Columbia Falls. We're also surrounded by the Flathead National Forest, which includes the Hungry Horse Reservoir and Dam, which is just right to the north of us. And also going up the North Fork towards Holbridge is a lot of recreational activities there. That are year-round. We have snowmobile outfitters, snowshoers, guided trips. We're conveniently close to the Whitefish Mountain Resort as well as Blacktail Mountain Resort for skiing winter. We have a lot of city parks and a community pool right in Columbia Falls, and they just opened a pickleball court a couple of years ago, which is a big interest for people that are looking to travel. So that's something pretty exciting. It used to be a tennis court, and they moved those and added pickleball courts. There's also a 20-acre park that walks down to the river, so anyone that wants to see the river or go on a hike and we're not comfortable kind of recommending maybe some in the mountains, we always recommend that. And then community events. This is a photo of our newest event in Columbia Falls. It's called Cloverfest. It's a 5K and fun run around St. Patrick's Day, and we bring in live music, and it's super fun. And the guy in the hot dog costume is one of my favorites. We have no idea why he's wearing a hot dog costume, but he ran the whole race in that, which was great. Some of the challenges we have, we are obviously a little bit smaller than our neighbors, Kalispell and Whitefish, and so we can be overshadowed by some of the larger cities in our area. Unpredictable weather and fire season has impacted some of the travel in previous years as well. And then helping people navigate if they don't get a ticketed entry to the new Glacier National Park reservation system. And so that's kind of where we started with this plan. This is definitely our first year, so it's a baseline plan. A lot of our goals and data collection is baseline data to try to develop where we want to go. But some of the opportunities is we want to start with fall and winter promotion. Those are the seasons right now that we think we can focus on. The picture up there is called the Cedar Flats Trail System. It's eventually going to be a 25-mile year-round trail system. Right now they're almost done with 6 miles. It's just a couple minutes north of Columbia Falls. The Gateway to Glacier Trails group is doing that. They also put in a trail going from Hungry Horse up to the entrance of the national park and are hoping to connect Columbia Falls. So that is something we're really hoping to connect or help promote and partner with them on. It's going to be year-round snowshoeing. It's not ATVs or anything, but it's more hiking, running, and winter activities, cross-country skiing. And then bringing awareness to activities outside of Glacier. So the biggest draw for Columbia Falls is Glacier National Park, and rightly so. It's beautiful. But there's also some other true hidden gems that we want to let people know and to help with sustainable tourism to disperse people so they're not all lined up at the west entrance of Glacier and not able to get in. So with that in mind, our goals are helping to increase visitation during the fall and winter by promoting the recreational activities in the area. I believe it was Butte that handed out the map that was actually almost identical to what our group is hoping to accomplish this year, is a map that is outside of Glacier though. So whether it's rafting put-ins or picnic areas, hiking trails, different areas. And that I am on the map team of everyone wants a map. And then I am terrible with directions. I'm like, well, go turn at that blue building and it's bad. And so trying to get people to where they need to go, we need a map. So we're excited about that. And it's something our chamber has wanted to do for many years. We just haven't had the funding. So this is a really great opportunity for us to be able to do that. And then developing a strong search engine optimization for our website. We would like to build a content library, photo, video, storytelling, podcast, blog, kind of really develop our content. I actually, over the last year, just personally redesigned the chamber's website, and so that was a large undertaking. So now I'm really happy to help partner with someone that can help get more people to the website. So we're just thankful to have this opportunity and be able to showcase our area. So to wrap it up, this is a photo one of our chamber members took at the railroad track going out of Columbia Falls. But I put this quote up here, "Oh, the places you'll go" by Dr. Seuss. One, when I got married, that was the guy who married us, our wedding gift was this book to always keep in mind. You should always travel, you should always go new places. So kind of a twofold for this, I think showcasing our area and getting to partner with Glacier Country and Kalispell and Whitefish and other areas to help promote. I just think we have so many things that people would never see without our marketing efforts and promotion. And so the places they'll get to go, but I also look at the places, it's a twofold, the places that Columbia Falls will get to go through this marketing effort. So we're just very appreciative, happy to be here. And our budget this year is $30,780. Most of that's going to do paid media and our website design. We do have some partnerships we're hoping to do with the Gateway to Glacier Trails and a few other groups to help promote. And then, let's see, all I have. So if you have any questions.
Laura, once again, for the first time, that was outstanding. Thank you very much. Do we have questions for Laura? Glennis?
Yes, I'd like to compliment you on such a smart plan for a startup DMO and a small budget. You've done wonderful work. I noticed a challenge, especially in the media. Butte and Anaconda don't have the corner on Superfund sites. Tell us about the aluminum plant and how you can turn that challenge into an opportunity.
Yeah, so that, it's still in an active cleanup right now. They're still figuring out the best way to get some of the Superfund cleaning out of the community. I will say it was a few years of hardship because it was so close to the Flathead River. Now they have a barrier in there that has it blocked temporarily until they move them out. So we meet on the committee, I think it's once every 2 or 3 months, just kind of hear their updates, but they're actively cleaning it, and it really hasn't been a huge issue in the past few years. Yeah.
Other questions, comments? Anybody online? How about the room? Alicia?
Well done. As a previous member of the Columbia Falls Board, Chamber Board, I commend you and welcome you so much, and it's exciting to see Columbia Falls grow. And I'm very excited. I look forward to your baselines and getting to understand your market a little bit better, especially when we get out of the 90 days of summer and how we can help you to grow.
Laura, thank you very much.
Thank
we
you.
look forward to hearing more from you. Ms. Diane, the floor is yours.
Nice now having someone between me and Glacier Country. So, thank you, Laura. We welcome Laura, very excited to have her on board. Okay, I'm Diane Medler, Executive Director of Discover Kalispell, and Discover Kalispell is a division of the Kalispell Chamber. I do want to thank the TAC and your continued support and giving us the ability to evolve how we can use these funds for the best use for our communities in the state. Also want to recognize my team, which is Dawn Jackson, our Group Sales Manager, Marissa McConis, a Marketing and Communications Manager, and Mecca Eck, our Visitor Center Manager. Also want to thank our Board of Directors. We are funded through TBID and Bed Tax. And this DMO plan is supported by both of those funds to implement the plan. So I do thank our board of directors for both TBID and the chamber board that oversees the bed tax usage. So our main strategy for the DMO plan and our year-long initiatives is really looking at the economic vitality of Kalispell through tourism, and very much balanced with the community stewardship and collaboration approach. We divide our strategy into the three sections. Destination marketing is still a primary function of our organization, about 60%. Destination stewardship management, 20%, and destination development, 20%. So destination marketing, again, to build a strong year-round tourism economy. You'll see the main methods there listed. Marketing is still very important and will remain a priority. We are a very seasonal destination. Our average annual occupancy in 2022 was just under 60%. So that is a 5.5% increase over 2021, but we still have a lot of capacity to grow, particularly between October and April. So our marketing does prioritize, our marketing promotions do prioritize winter and activities outside of Glacier National Park, including our charming and vibrant downtown, the new Parkline Trail, and new cultural and entertainment assets. Short-term rentals in Kalispell city limits have seen an 86% increase in available inventory in 2023 through April. Similar increases as inventory for stars in Kalispell beyond the city limits and in Flathead County. And although they do contribute to the bed tax, it does greatly impact our hotel revenue and TBID collections. We have seen steady growth in occupancy year over year in the fall and late spring and during the peak of ski season, which shows that our efforts are having some success. We'll continue to work on that. We are seeing a decrease in occupancy during the peak summer months, starting last year for the first time. So that was unusual, but Glacier National Park vehicle reservation system, although it makes for a better experience for those who have it, and we fully support and understand why the park is doing it, it does impact travel plans. ADR remains strong, average 10% increase this year through April. Our supply was down 4%. We have a few properties that have rooms out of order for remodeling. Our tourism sales component to the destination marketing is a major initiative for us for group sales for meetings and conventions, domestic travel groups, and international FIT, as well as sports tourism. So some of our highlights for FY23, not listed, is we did launch a new website. It's a much improved trip planning tool. So I invite you to go on to discoverkalispell.com and view more. The amount of earned media received in national publications was very strong, and that supported our marketing goals. We hosted a winter press trip, first time a hosted trip, large multi-person trip since the pandemic, and a media partnership that provided us with a variety of videos and photo assets showcasing winter. And we'll highlight the community study up soon here in the stewardship section. So here's a couple examples of some fan acquisition campaigns. So ads used to retarget those that have made the first connection with Discover Kalispell and are interested in digging deeper. The 2-month ski package campaign generated 94 room nights. We were in between 2 ski areas, so we want to increase the awareness of Kalispell being the place to stay while they recreate in our area, and also the variety of other activities to do in winter. The Town and Trails Pass incentivizes visitors and locals to explore a variety of businesses and attractions in Kalispell. Destination stewardship and management, so we balance the needs of the community with a healthy visitor economy. We focus a lot on, continue to focus on the recreate responsibly messaging. And through that, we promote going with a guide extensively. We feel that that not only supports our local guides and outfitters, but if travelers come here, particularly newer to recreating in wilderness areas such as ours, go with a guide, they do recreate responsibly and have an enjoyable experience and a safer experience. Our organization volunteers and promotes volunteerism to support our land management partners. We provide a variety of printed materials for businesses to educate their guests and customers. And we support through funding and being on the board of Glacier Arrow year-round and winter flights to Kalispell. And other critical components of destination management that also support the travel and hospitality industry is being involved in conversations and initiatives for workforce and housing, childcare and growth policies, and a continuation of a community outreach with a Kalispell community visioning project that we'll be working with the Kalispell Chamber on. So the work of our partner organization, the Kalispell Chamber, does a heavy lifting on this. They're doing great work, lots of really impactful initiatives. So we collaborate and partner as appropriate. So we did a community engagement study at the end of 2022, which included a survey, some larger community meetings, and one-on-one meetings. Really good way to kick off this learning more from our residents. The anti-tourism sentiment has increased over the past few years for Kalispell in our area in general. And a lot of that is confused with or tied with the increase in residents. Kalispell is the sixth fastest growing micropolitan city in the United States. So we are seeing a lot of growth. So really hoping to hear from them and to help them understand to separate those two things as well. But we learned, we talked about how much is too much. What is that resident to visitor ratio that they feel makes sense? What industries are important to Kalispell's economy? We learned that what they ranked as extremely important was outdoor recreation as an industry, not just an activity, healthcare, education, agriculture, restaurants, and tourism. We barely made it into the extremely important, but we did, so that's good. What would make Kalispell a better community? They feel that there's unchecked growth, they're leaving locals behind, and really important to retain that sense of place. Our FY24 initiatives will begin to address those issues that were identified. So people have heard recreate responsibly a lot. I talked about how we continue to promote that during the warm season. So we put a twist on that and promoted to treat it like grandma's house, which includes a series of YouTube shorts featuring our resident grandma, highlighting topics such as campfire safety, bear safety, leaving no trace, and watercraft inspection. Just a fun way to give that same message. Encourage you to go on our website and look at that. And being the second year that stewardship management has been part of our DMO plan, we realize it's important to begin to measure if what we're doing is resonating with the community. And I appreciate Mike Johnson's question on that, because I think that is, we can measure our specific initiatives, but looking at it a little bit more holistically, does the community see Discover Kalispell as a contributor to Kalispell's long-term sustainable economic strength beyond just traditional visitation and visitor spending metrics? Does the community see a correlation between the input they provided and the initiatives we're working on? So those are the things we're going to be taking a closer look at and how we can measure that. Destination development, enhancing the visitor experience by supporting local amenities and nonprofit tourism attractions. We have a grant program, includes a community visitor enhancement kind of product development portion of it, public art, trail signage, holiday decorations for downtown, contribution to secure timing equipment used at Blacktail Mountain Ski Area to hold regional trail races. Event grant covers a wide range of events from rodeos and equestrian events, hosting divisional basketball tournaments and other youth and adult sports events. Trail signage is including our partnership with Outside Klein Flathead. We are serving to be a catalyst for conversations to explore improvements to ground transportation. So residents have clearly identified that we need to mitigate traffic in the summer, and it's also very important for the visitors to be able to get from the airport to the towns and to Glacier National Park, as well as important for our workforce. So we need to start looking at solutions for that. So in FY23, in regards to destination development, we have funded 2 studies looking at an indoor sports facility. Those are funded through TBID funds, seeing strong interest to that, and that is an example of a project where a community sees us taking a community-first approach to work towards solving a need that also then will benefit the area through visitor spending through strong year-round sports tourism. But in FY24, we'll be looking at how to measure the impact of our destination development strategies and projects. You know, and do we do a sufficient job identifying our organization as the funder for a project or an event or other initiative? I know that for ourselves, we need to look at that more closely because often what we think is obvious is not, and people don't connect Discover Kalispell with those amenities. Our total budget is $260,000. There's a breakdown of that. Priority into paid media, but also some of the stewardship and management initiatives. Here's a video, if we can play this, a short video of highlighting how we're promoting winter and the variety of things to do. we're cautiously optimistic when looking ahead. Leisure travel does face an unclear outlook right now. Spring and summer months are showing slowdowns from the past 2 years, and economic challenges are exerting considerable influence on travel. Destination Analyst State of the American Traveler April survey showed that travelers aren't feeling as good about current financial situation as they were a few months ago. 60.4% agreed or strongly agreed that they're being more careful with their money because concerns about potential recession. Urban destinations and large attractions are fully open. International travel has returned, so the appeal for rural outdoor destinations may be shifting. But people do like to travel, and Montana is a very desired destination. Group travel and destination events continue to be a driver of business for us, and Glacier National Park will always provide a certain level of visitation for our area, particularly during the warm season. So always optimistic on that. I also do want to say before ending that we do greatly appreciate our partnership with Glacier Country. Racing does provide good leadership, and also on Glacier Country board, and I really admire and I'm excited about all the changes that organization is doing with this destination stewardship plan, and also our partnerships within the region with Explore Whitefish and now Columbia Falls and Destination Missoula. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane. Questions for Kalispell? Comments?
Thank you. Diane, gold standard, as always. It's Alicia for your plan. Thank you. Yours is one specifically to model if there's DMOs looking for how do I write my plan. Please pull up Diane's and take a look at it. It's very good.
Do we have comments online? Anybody in the room? Yes. Do we have a mic for the room, please?
Thanks, Diane. Your Town and Trails Pass, is that a pay-to-play?
No, it's through Bandwango. It's a pass. It's not an app. It's a pass.
So, but to participate, do your businesses?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Participate.
It goes both ways. So they can provide deals as an added incentive for those with the pass stopping by businesses to stay and spend more, but they don't have to.
It was easy to download. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Good.
Other comments? I'll take just one moment of personal privilege, Diane. I have 2 hotels in Kalispell, and I personally am very grateful for all you and your staff do for the hotel industry as well as the entire tourism region. So thank you very much for all that you do. Thanks.
Thank you. I would believe I'll pass around our visitor guide, our adventure guide, some of the materials that we provide for visitors and for our local partners.
You charging for those? All right, stepping up now is Missoula. Barb, the floor is yours.
It doesn't fall over on me. Well, thank you very much. My name is Barb Nealon. I am the Director of Destination Missoula and the Missoula Tourism Business Improvement District. And as Missoula seems to want to do most of the time, my presentation is not going to be what you've been seeing up here so far. We're kind of doing our own thing and took you at your word. So I'm not going to be going through our marketing plan with you, and I'm not going to be doing the pretty videos that we usually do and all of those kinds of things. I picked one project that I want to talk to you about. However, I did create a packet for all of you, and in that packet you will find the pretty printed version of our DMO plan. You'll also find in there our annual report, so that you can see from last year what we did. There's also some of our kind of our major printed materials and projects from our visitor guide to our dining guide, our river map collaborative effort that we do, and some of those pieces. So you can kind of see what the end result of what we do is. But in my feedback from our DMO plan, there seemed to be an awful lot of interest in the destination stewardship plan that we are in the middle of. And so I really wanted to kind of walk through that specifically with you guys so that you could understand our objectives, where we're going, what we're doing, timelines, and why we're doing it. So that's kind of where I'm going to start. So in Missoula, our two organizations, the Destination Missoula and Tourism Business Improvement District, have one vision and mission statement. We work that closely together. So our new vision is a vibrant and inclusive quality of life, place, and experience for both our community and our visitors. And our mission is promoting responsible and sustainable year-round tourism. So what is sustainable tourism? Well, it's a tourism that takes into account the current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts while addressing the needs of the visitors, our industry, and the environment, and our host communities. And as you guys all know, traditionally our DMOs have really looked at, defining our success by the number of heads in our beds. And that's still an important number. Not that it's not an important number anymore, but we really realize that this single metric it doesn't tell the whole tourism story anymore. And our industry has really begun to expand our viewpoint, better analyze data, and define performance markers for our destinations. And we wanted to reevaluate our traditional role in the industry and create a roadmap for the future of tourism in Missoula, not only for our organization, but for our community members and our natural environment. So that means redefining our role in the industry, and what does that look like? And traditionally we have been a destination marketing and management organization, and now we are fully moving into a destination marketing stewardship organization, and really embracing that. We began to look at insights around this and understanding that we needed to be making these changes about 4 years ago. And I talked to all of you guys about that. It's been a long time coming. And we started looking at doing a tourism master plan process at that point. And in truth, COVID got in the way, and I'm glad that it did, because our world has kind of turned upside down, and so has our industry. We were like everyone else, but in Western Montana. And as everybody else was struggling with the loss of visitors, Missoula rebounded at an incredible rate, just like everybody else in Western Montana. But it also brought new challenges, and much of that was, the lack of hospitality and service industry workers, its skyrocketing housing market, negative impacts to our natural resources that we were all dealing with. And so this perception really helped us understand that we need to look at things differently. And in truth, in Missoula, we still are not back to, even though we had an incredible rebound, it doesn't mean that we were overrun with people. We still are not. We're a little bit below our 2019 visitation numbers still. So then we had to look at, is this a bubble, or is this our reality from here on out? And that's when we made this shift. And so in September of 2021, the boards hired nationally renowned industry specialists to lead us through a strategic planning process. And the result of that was a 3-year strategic plan for our organization. But one of the main pillars under that was the creation of a destination stewardship plan for Missoula. So what is a destination stewardship plan? And it really is that 10-year roadmap. That's what we're looking at. That's going to provide us that framework for inclusive, value-based, sustainable tourism development and promotion that really helps to preserve the quality of life and the reason that all of the Missoulians live where they live. And what are we looking at with this plan? So we're really looking at 3 different buckets here. And the first one was we really wanted to define, who are we? Everybody's got a different idea when you talk to them about who is Missoula, what is Missoula, right? And so part of this plan is to really look at who are our current and potential visitors, who's out of state, who are in-state visitors, why are people attracted or not attracted to Missoula? What's our present community environment, from safety and values and culture, religions, infrastructure, resources, all of those things. And what is it that the visitor, the resident, and business sentiment around tourism, how much do they know about it, and where do we stand with that? Because truly, I used to, if you'd asked me 5 years ago, I could have popped off and told you exactly how our community felt about it. And, at this point, I think that's changed, and I'm not really sure, and so we want to know. We're also looking at, where do we want to go? We want to be able to define the trajectory of tourism in our area, and what are our opportunities, and do a risk assessment around that. And how do we encourage community-wide insight for our future and our goal setting? And then how to create a really inclusive plan that represents all of Missoula's diversity, because it is wide, and that's really vital in our community. And then lastly, it's really, what are the key, performance indicators that we need to be paying attention to for both long-term and short-term success, and understanding those. And then lastly, how do we get there? So that's what we asked of our consultants. So the process has been, we hired MMGY Next Factor and Better Destinations and SMARI Insights, all international and national experts, to come in and to help us through this stewardship process. And the process is going to take us approximately 10 months. We started in March, and we're looking at the completion of the actual stewardship plan in November. But then we also asked them to help us with a 3-year implementation plan, so that we have the guideposts to be able to start with, so this plan isn't sitting on the shelf. And we will have that by the end of December of 2023. And so this is kind of the phases of what the project is going to look like. There's 6 phases. We really are kind of in the 1, 2, 3 phase right now. We have a steering committee that has been set. We have been holding town halls, stakeholder engagement meetings, one-on-one interviews with our community leaders and resource managers. But then the second phases are going to be the second half of the year, and you can kind of see how they, visioning workshops. The plan itself will be done, and that'll be validated through our city council, and then and our county commissioners, and then the final comprehensive plan. This is a timeline for you guys so that you can see how it lays out and the different pieces that are underneath that. I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to see. I realize that. But it will give you an idea of where we are. Right now, we are in the middle of, we have put out a resident sentiment survey. That's going to go in basically 2 waves, and we did that on purpose. The first wave was before the visitors really came into the community hard, and the second phase we're going to pick up again in September, because we want to see if we have a difference in how people are feeling at the beginning of the season, at the end of the season, to be able to get the whole picture of how our community is feeling about it. So our stewardship plan, we have a steering committee, and we really have tried to make sure that this steering committee is all encompassing of our community, which has been kind of fun and challenging, and we've got some amazing people on it. But they're there to really champion this for us, and they're there to provide us with that strategic guidance with recommendations and priorities, and then at the back end to help us actually implement this.
these are the different components of that steering committee and kind of where we are with the process at this point. And these are really our goals out of it, is really to balance our quality of life and the quality visitor experience, but also defining our ideal visitor as to who is it that's going to help us preserve what makes this place special. And then to create those strategies for responsible growth and management in the industry through collaboration, because that with our community is a big piece. And these are the things that, in order for that plan to be successful, we really believe are important. And it has to honor all of the different objectives of our community, both private and public partnerships. It also has to be a shared vision, and it has to have collective action at the back end of it to make it a successful plan. These are some of the benefits in the short term and the long term of why we think this plan is important for our community. With that, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Barb. Members of the council, you have Barb's entire presentation in the folder that she passed out. So if you do have questions about that, those are fair game. And you also can ask anything in regard to her presentation this morning. So with that said, any questions? Steve?
Yeah, Barb, just a quick question on the implementation plan that you have in December. Is part of that, will they have, I guess, some way, or how do they plan to measure both the sentiment from the community as well as the travelers? See if the plan is always wrong, but at least the plan. So what's the measurement, or what are they looking at, how to measure that?
Well, so basically we're doing two different components, Steve. So we are doing an actual national visitor profile and competitive set kind of sentiment survey also, as well as doing our local resident sentiment survey. And the two of those will come together in the visioning plan, and then and be incorporated into the implementation. So exactly how they're going to come together, I don't have an answer for you for that yet. I think we'll have a much better idea of how that's all going to come together in November. And how we're going to use that data. But this is all giving us a baseline that we've never really had from Missoula before.
Just another quick question for you, and just looking at the year-to-date numbers in Missoula, because Missoula, Bozeman, and Billings.
Yeah.
It appears Missoula, in the past, Missoula's always been sort of, I won't call it as big of a bell curve.
Yeah.
But it appears now that it's starting to become more of a bell curve, where you're lower here, higher there in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you sense that as an ongoing trend, or is it just?
I do. I mean, I think that, we're like most every place in Montana, our summer is when most of our visitation happens. But what we've been doing, as well as Glacier Country and most of our region, has been maintaining, what we have in the summer, but what we're really marketing is our other seasons, and we're really trying to move that. And in this last year, we've been able to move that marker by about 5% into those other seasons. So it is changing, it's moving, but a little bit slower.
Other questions? Anybody online? No. How about in the room? Anything for Barb? Barb, I have a question, if I could. I appreciate you addressing the stewardship plan. I was one of those that had long conversations with you about this. There seems to be a lot of planning going on across the state, and the Coraggio and all the work they want and all the work you're doing. Can you tell me about the time commitment of the key people that are doing all of these ball tossings? And is there any crossover or synergy between any of these, so that these meetings and these gatherings of information and sentiment can be done together as opposed to duplicated? Any at all?
Well, so that's kind of an interesting question, Mike, because we, Coraggio Group obviously came to us and talked to us about what our plans were. And so we sat down regionally, we kind of sat down because Glacier Country had already gone through their plan and their process. We were already contracted and in that phase of it. So what we did was we sat down with them and we said, you know, there were certain things that they were looking at doing for all of the different areas. And we said, well, look, it doesn't make any sense to duplicate for us. Glacier Country already has their information. This much of this information we're going to glean from our work, so you don't need to come in and do sentiment surveys and do all of those kinds of things because we're already doing that. And we will share that information so that at the back end, you know, it's not duplicating, but everybody has the information. So yes, there is synergy with what we're doing.
That was the answer I was hoping for. Thank you. Anything else for Barb? Once again, thank you very much for everything you do. The last Glacier Country presentation this morning will be whitefish.
Hello, everyone. I'm Julie Mullins. I'm the brand new Executive Director for Explore Whitefish. I am currently on, I think, about day 60 of what I hope to be a 90-day listening tour. I am learning a tremendous amount. This meeting has been incredibly insightful. I can't wait to come back next year and know what I'm doing, so that will be helpful. But while I'm new to Explore Whitefish, new to the Montana DMO world, I am not new to DMOs. I actually have over 3 decades of experience in this space. And it is remarkable that this old dog is learning so many new tricks. So I'm really embracing Montana as my home and whitefish as my passion. So with that, clicker. What brought me to Explore Whitefish? So my husband and I have been vacationing in whitefish for well over 10 years. And I'm one of those transplants. We bought a home there over 3 years ago, and I found I was living my life on an airplane. And so when I indirectly learned about this position becoming available from Dylan, who I have huge shoes to fill, what really attracted me to the position was the mission, because it was so different than what I have been doing throughout my career. And really, truly, I wanted to highlight here today what the mission is and the vision of Explore Whitefish. And that is to foster sustainable tourism through inspiration, education, and partnership to enhance, protect, and preserve our viable year-round community. And that is achieved through long-term economic and community sustainability through destination stewardship. Now, again, I'm 60 days old, so what I was very thankful for with the TAC committee, presenting what we know about and what we want to talk about. So there's really going to be just 3 parts to this presentation. I come from, and actually I'll show you here, I come from a community that was very numbers focused, and at the end of the day, it's all about your data, and it's all about what your members achieve in their revenue. But what I have found so interesting is stewardship as well as tourism management. And then there are some emerging trends that I've discovered over the last couple of months that I also would like to address. Performance overview. So I just very simply, upon starting, I really wanted to wrap my arms around where is whitefish, how do we perform, where do we fall in place with the rest of the small, mountain ski towns. And quite surprisingly, we don't have that data. So I am spending a lot of time researching various data sources to figure out how we need to evolve and how we need to set our goals moving forward. But very quickly, what I do have from STAR is our whitefish occupancy. And as you can see here, summer is king. And we did experience a bubble due to COVID. People wanted to get outdoors. Daily rate, again, summer is king, and the summer rates generate economic impact throughout the entire year in our community. Short-term rental, again, short-term rental, I'm sure captured a good portion of what traditionally went into local traditional lodging. But there is a trend that is starting to appear for Q1 of 23, and that is in the short-term rental market. They are diving. So I am watching that very, very closely. Also, I found it was very interesting to see how short-term rentals have grown in my new community. And as you can see, the blue bars are traditional lodging. We've had absolutely no growth since 2019. Short-term rental within the city has experienced fairly large growth. And outside of the city, but within our zip code, we have had exponential growth, which is completely what I'm understanding and learning, changing the dynamic of my community and actually maximizing some of our emergency resources and our capacities. Again, where I come from, seeing totals for the year on occupancy under 60%, that's concerning to me as a tourism director. It also says to me that we have huge opportunity to grow and grow correctly moving forward. Destination stewardship. So this is the second part of my presentation. Destination stewardship is new to me. And so I really needed to, again, wrap my arms around what does that mean? And what does that mean not only universally, but to whitefish? So what I came up with was a definition from just conversations with my member and our board of directors. And we define whitefish, destination stewardship, as a practice to ensure our city retains the distinctive attributes that make our city attractive to beneficial tourism. Explore Whitefish, the city of Whitefish, and our local community work collectively to maintain the cultural, environmental, economic, and aesthetic integrity of our city. Explore Whitefish, and I've heard this through so many presentations, Explore Whitefish has incorporated stewardship into strategic planning. Just heard a big part of that from Barb. And actually, this was a strategic pivot that Dylan made back in 2018. And the city organized a true sustainable tourism management committee, which is made up of residents, business members of Explore Whitefish, and interested residents. And they did put together a full sustainable tourism management plan, which has been the foundation for our goals for the last couple of years. And really, truly, the goal of this committee is to invest in whitefish through community engagement and our sustainable tourism efforts. I don't want to get too involved here, but there were a number of goals that have been put in place. One was just to make sure that we're building the right partnerships. We're investing in local infrastructure, which will not only enhance the residential community, but also the visitor experience, and make sure that Explore Whitefish is aligning financially and supporting these through the city and through the committee. And to date, since 2020, when this was put in place, and this is, again, very unique for a CVB, in my opinion, we have invested over $200,000 in affordable housing in supporting the startup of an organization called Housing Whitefish, which is focusing not only on developments for affordable housing in our community, but also rental assistance for those working in the trades. We developed a community enhancement and sustainability grants with our membership body, and we've provided over $65,000 there. Some of the partnerships that we were told, part of the goal process are listed there. Protect Our Winters being a big one with Whitefish Mountain Resort. Global warming is extremely important to our community. Of course, Crown of the Continent, Glacier Arrow, Leave No Trace, and Whitefish Legacy Partners is our trail system, which again is about 50 miles of trails within the Whitefish community. We also have invested in local infrastructure that supports our visitation, and that is Whitefish Shines, which is the winter decoration. We've helped out the Whitefish bike retreats. We're working with the skateboarding park to expand that, actually, and we're hoping to get a rather large skateboarding tournament coming up. We make sure that the Nordic Center is lit up in the evenings during the winter.
And we really, again, are just looking at how we need to support and align with our partners moving forward. I have a short film here, and I'm looking over there. I'm wondering if we should play that now, or should I wait till the end? Wait till the end? Oh, you got it? Awesome. This is a trailer for a video that was produced with Whitefish Mountain Resort in regards to protect our winners. Only about a minute.
Where I used to see a head wall with a glacier all across it, now I see little patches of snow and a dirty meltwater lake below it.
75 years in the future, winter will be very, very different here unless we take pretty immediate and pretty serious action.
Under a changing climate, it's a pretty dire outlook.
It's heartbreaking, and we need to make a change.
And that last speaker was Maggie Boyson, three-time Olympian, who happens to be a Whitefish native. Ouch, she's our superstar. Oh, I got the clicker, sorry. Tourism management, the third bucket to talk about. Oh shoot, I gotta go fast. All right, so tourism management, again, very strategic pivot to move away from a sales and marketing organization to a tourism management organization. Really, truly a huge amount of our resources are put towards tourism management and community sustainability. If you look down at that budget breakdown, you'll see, and this is a collective. This is not just our public bed tax, but this is our collective. So it's our private membership fees as well. But we put 41% in that bucket, and we have 34% going to traditional paid marketing. But essentially, tourism management is all activities related to our member economic vitality, visitor experience, and destination awareness. Here's some examples of some of our traditional tourism management products, assets, visitor kiosks throughout town. We're actually putting one at our city beach right now, which I'm kind of excited about. That under the guidance of the Sustainable Tourism Committee, they had discussed that we are not able to do paid media during the summer months, but they didn't want us to take our eyes off the ball and not control the narrative about visiting Whitefish in the summer. So a very proactive campaign called Friend of the Fish was created, and it was launched in 2020. We are continuing with that through 2023. And again, I do just want to go through it very quickly because the pillars of the program, I think, like hit home to everything we've heard here over the last day and a half. Just take it slow, enjoy the ride. Again, we're a community of people that live and want to sustain our sense of culture. Show respect and kindness. And again, we talked about the fact that it's really sad when you have to remind people to be kind, but it is important when you do have over 1 million visitors coming through your town. Recreate responsibly, be a steward of the land, fuel our local businesses, and we are limiting the Help Us Stay Healthy going into the summer of 23 here. Just to give you an idea of the plan, and again, this tourism management, what we've had in the way of impressions, they've been tremendous. We've seen increases on our website use. The Friends of the Fish web page has been a tremendous increase. We've had, close to 300,000 Facebook impressions. And social media, digital media is a huge part of our marketing and what we do. So now I'm going to go really, really fast, but I did want to spend a little bit of time on this. So this was a picture that I took right outside of our city hall on my 5th day of work. And I was welcomed to Whitefish with end tourism and people chanting, "Go away, we don't need tourism in Whitefish." There has always been anti-visitation sentiment, but what is concerning to me in this chair is that it is now organized. So our community, the folks that are anti-visitation have organized, and they're starting to cause disruption at our member businesses. And we are now losing revenue from members pulling out of Explore Whitefish. And that is truly that they're going into dinners, they're going into restaurants, saying that they're, supporting an organization that is causing damage to Whitefish.
and they're actually interrupting patrons, and they're being rather abusive to wait staff. So I'm taking a very deep look at our funding model, how we need to move forward. But this is something that I'm dealing with on a daily basis, unfortunately, right now. And I could use any advice from anybody who's been through this. Also, a challenge is just the ongoing regulation challenges we have with short-term rentals. They've been growing at an unbelievable pace, and we cannot regulate them, and they're not necessarily paying their taxes back to us, but yet they are requiring our resources. And staffing. In my face-to-face meetings with so many of my members and our hotels, staffing continues to be an issue. With the short-term rental increases, it's getting harder and harder for staffing, finding affordable housing, and I need to really work with our community to find ways to house more staffing, because we do have hotels that unfortunately are looking at potentially closing down some of their inventory this summer because they don't have enough staffing. But I want to end on a positive note. So Whitefish does align with all three of Montana's pillars, which it's quintessential Montana. And we do have tremendous potential growth in winter, spring, and fall. I have a very strong group background, so it screams to me incentive, sales, group, how can we bring Whitefish to the country at large for that. I have an unbelievably supportive member community that have stood by us, and a great board of directors. Whitefish Mountain Resort continues to be a top 10 ski resort in the West. Sorry about that, Brad. You know, we are potentially looking at increased winter air availability. And with that, thank you. And if you have any questions, please. Oh, I would like just to do a really quick shout out to Barb, Racine, and Diane, because they have been so helpful in my ramp up, and I could not even be sitting here without shaking like a leaf without their support. So thank you, thank you.
Julie, welcome to the team, and thank you for your work. Any questions for Whitefish? Comments?
I was one of your reviewers, and big shoes to fill with Dylan, and I think you started off very well. It was a great plan.
Thank you.
Did we see somebody online? Did I catch something? Anybody in the room? Yeah, we need a mic over here, please. Okay, shoot.
Hey, just a quick question. What is the median home price in Whitefish?
Last I read it was
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well done with your plan, with your first year. I know you have a great board, and thank you very much and keep bringing your concerns and your opportunities to us. I think it's very beneficial. The whole state hears what they are.
Okay, group, if I could gather your attention again, we have some business to do. I would now ask for a motion to approve the fiscal year 2024 DMO plans and budgets as submitted for the following groups. Glacier Country with a budget of $4,846,000. Columbia Falls with a budget of $30,780. Bad pagination, sorry. Kalispell with a budget of $260,000. Missoula with a budget of $524,911, and Whitefish with a budget of $267,000. Do I hear a motion?
Warlick, so moved.
Glennis, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the Glacier Country fiscal year 2024 plans as presented. Are there any questions or comments on that motion? Anybody in the room? All right. Hearing none, then we'll go ahead and vote. If you are in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? And abstentions? The motion is passed. Glacier Country, thank you. Rachel, do you want to explain what lunch looks like?
Hello? Okay, here we go. Yes, so we have pizza today. Mod Pizza threw it together. It was supposed to be prepared together in 45 minutes. Amazing. So we've got lots of pepperoni, cheese, and veggie pizza. And then we also have gluten-friendly, stressing the gluten-friendly part because it is made in a place with gluten. So if celiac is what you've got, maybe I apologize, we can't for sure gluten-free for you. And then we've got salad back there. The intention is we'll have a working lunch, so please start going back there, help yourself, and then take it back to you, Mike. Thank you.
Alicia says we have a 15-minute break, so we'll come back here at 12:05. At 12:05, we'll start. Thank you. To a time that was conducive to him. So the final presentation is yours. Take it away.
All right. Hot mic? Yes. All right. Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much. I have two thank yous for this, for the TAC committee. First is the flexibility of being able to present today. Somehow in the atmosphere of world timing, the resort tax for Big Sky has decided to do their meetings this week. And anytime you have a community doing distribution of public funds, they've decided to do 3 nights in a row. Last night was number 1, and I was presenting. Night 2 is tonight, and last night is Thursday. So I appreciate your flexibility allowing me to come up right now to do this. So second thing I want to thank you is I can't use the I'm new card, but I'm going to use it still a little bit in the fact that the presentation and the first go around on our application was very subpar, and I heard that loud and clear from this committee, and I appreciate the feedback and the candor. And unfortunately, as an executive director, I can't watch everything that happens, but we really did our best to submit a new plan that had far more thought behind it, and worked really hard on making a new one. So appreciate mostly Alicia's feedback and Glennis's feedback in getting us on the right track. So I appreciate that. And we hopefully that will never happen again. So, all right, well, let's get started. Couple things. Big Sky's in a bit of a change right now, in that, as you all know, it's very popular as a tourist destination, but we certainly have had our handful of challenges due to COVID with the amount of visitation that came and now is going away. We are really in a transition of kind of what's next, where we go, what are the next things to do. And we really let our office staff to go through a new strategic planning process of really who are we, who do we define? And I think that's also just from a standpoint of listening to what our community is asking of us. And this is my second year in this role, but on the 5th day of me being hired at Visit Big Sky, the community was very loud, and unfortunately, we didn't have posters in front of our office saying no more tourism, but we did get that answer, or we did receive that in funding requests, in that we had asked for funding from a resort tax, and 50% of our budget was cut on my 5th day in my job. So we're in the same boat of walking into roles with communities that are not tourism friendly per se, or maybe they're more fatigued of tourism. So in that process, we've now come up with 3 new pillars that we're calling them. And one is, of course, our job is to enhance the Big Sky experience. And I'm going to show you a couple of projects that we're really working in that regard. Second is, of course, is to promote the destination. And the third is really to guide the evolution of tourism in Big Sky. So we're in that process right now. And the projects I'm going to show you today are hopefully falling in line with these 3 key pillars. So as we jump into destination marketing, one of the things that I kind of inherited when I took over was basically in the very beginning, I was told, don't market winter and don't market summer, you market shoulders. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting, because we have too many people in the winter, we have too many people in the summer. And so we tried to do that, And what's really ended up happening is we have really dropped the ball in regards to providing a good quality experience for the visitor. So we have marketed. We've had people come into town in October, November. We have people that come in April and May. And what we end up with is very frustrated people in our visitor center going, what's open? What do we do? Why are we here? I wish someone had told us that this is what we could expect. And I think that's really the truth factor in that. What are we telling our visitors? Are we really giving them a good experience, and are they going to go home and tell people how great it was, or are they going to go home and say it's really not a good place to visit? And so I've really had to push back on our community, on our funder, on our main funders, and then a lot of folks in our community that is not. We don't have an off season to sell, guys. We really don't. And so we're really now in a shift now, and I've been able to persuade them now. We really need to talk more about extending the season. That's our niche. And at the same time, as you'll see in some of these campaigns, we are actually back to selling winter and summer. And I have an argument for them why, because we're seeing a dip, certainly. And at the same time, I think extending the season is actually the easier job than to do is to sell a season that doesn't exist. And so if we can do something like for June 15th, that's really the kickoff for Big Sky for our summer season. If we could actually get June 1st be the kickoff for summer, if we got 2 additional weeks of summer on the front end and add a week on the back end, that's 3 weeks, it makes a difference to our room rates. It affects our occupancy and continues to support our visitor economy. So those are all key things. So I'm going to show you summer and winter, some campaigns and what we've been doing. Really going to push a lot on our public relations because I think that's one of the biggest strengths we have right now. Visitor guide, new website, industry site, and some trade show for destination marketing. So first of all, I know a lot of folks are doing direct to consumer mobile campaigns or banner campaigns, things like that. This is a platform that I've been playing with for a couple of years, and the thing I like about this is we're using a company called Datify, and what we've really been able to do is define who our customer is. And what we've done is purchase data that is geolocation based on people that have been to other ski resorts or mountain destinations. And if I click right over here under targeting guidelines, we've targeted people that have been to Big Sky in the past that have come from greater than 50 miles away, and also target anyone that have been at other ski resorts at least 2 times in the last year and live 50 miles away, and then also matches our demographic and psychographic. And I just want to show you on the end here, on the spend, we spent about $48,000 on this particular campaign, but what it generated is about $924,000, and guaranteed we hit 533 room nights based on that. So what we're really doing now is what I call, and they show it up here in the top right corner, we call it an ROA. It's return on advertising spend, and that for every $1 we're spending, we're getting back $17.63 in visitor spending. And this is kind of a new threshold for us, and how everything we're doing is making sure that there's an ROA or an ROI in regards to making sure those dollars go the farthest. So the impression count's super high and the clicks are high too, but this is how we're doing. Most about every campaign we do now is got to go through this measurement device and make sure that we have an acquisition, and that 533 room nights out of one campaign is pretty impressive. At the very top, you'll notice the ADR though is one of our biggest challenges in Big Sky. This is our winter campaign, so this is December, January, February, and our average nightly rate was $720 a night, which is a challenge. It's fun, but it's still a challenge. All right, public relations marketing. Over the top left corner is myself, Emily Hibden on our team, and then Stacy Masuda from Big Sky Resort. We have been just absolutely blessed with solid public relations and earned media over the last 2 years. This year we hosted 42 travel writers or journalists into Big Sky, and that's converted into 104 stories that have been featured. We have a pretty strict grade card of A, B, C of how we rate our writers, and you'll notice just on what I've showed you, this is Forbes, Travel and Leisure, Elle Magazine, and then we're standing in front of the New York Times. I've been in the industry for 20 years. I've never been able to pitch a story to the New York Times in person, and when you have Big Sky in your back pocket, it's been getting us stories in the New York Times. So pretty fun. We've been kind of laughing that this just doesn't happen in your career where you get a destination that is this popular to sell. So it's been pretty nice to get great coverage. And I should mention too, these are showing Big Sky, but we really do the best we can to always sell the region. We realize people come to Big Sky, but we want them to see Gardner. We want them to see Livingston. We want them to see Bozeman. We want them to go to the Museum of the Rockies. It is constantly using us as kind of a carrot to get people to come, but also make sure you stay and see the area. So a couple of things that we really have been focused on this year as well as just getting back to basics. Coming into this role a couple of years ago is there's just some really basic things that I don't think we were doing properly. And one was educating our visitor as well as inspiring our visitor. And so first one is a brand new visitor guide. And some of you in the room have probably received a couple of cases of these in your office. This is exactly the same guide though. We've done a winter cover and a summer cover, but it's exactly the same thing. But if you dig into this guide, you're going to actually find there's a lot of visitor information in here about how far away to stay away from an elk or how to travel here and there. And, you know, just all these things that we really are trying to educate our visitor, but also give them an expectation of what they expect in Big Sky. We don't have enough restaurants. So you should plan on in your condo that you're staying in for 5 nights, you should cook for 2 nights. You should realize we don't have Uber, we don't have Lyft, we have very limited transportation. So we're doing everything we can to try to educate our visitor before they actually show up, and in that case, then they'll have a better experience in Big Sky. We've also done a full rerun of a website, and this will come out later this summer. And this is just kind of a new look and feel. Big thing I wanted to point out is right up at that upper section of the site, we actually have a tourism industry site, and this is for our partners, and I'll share that more in a minute with you. But really just trying to, again, invest in our visitor information. How do we get in front of them, be it a visitor guide, be it a website? One of the challenges we run into is people can't figure out the logistics of Big Sky. And so my office is right here in Town Center. You might be familiar with Town Center. The Mountain Village up here is a ski area. And then we have the canyon. Every day in the wintertime, we see people in Town Center right across the street from my office getting off a bus with their luggage, with their skis, with their ski boots hanging over their shoulder. And then they're looking around, they're trying to figure out, and they assume there's an Uber, or they assume there's a taxi, or they assume that they're staying in Town Center. And what they've really ended up doing is they're staying in Mountain Village, and they just got off 7 miles from where they're staying. So my staff in our visitor center on a daily basis will go over with our own personal car and help people load up their stuff. They end up walking in our office going, I'm lost. And then we proceed to take them where they need to go. And that is phenomenal for visitor services. I'd say that we're doing the best we can do, but at the same time, we obviously have let our visitors down. They do not know where they're staying and what's happened. So we also don't have the transportation logistics to move people up and down the mountain from 7 miles from the town up to the top. So biggest thing that we're doing throughout all of our new publications, our new website, is maps, maps, and maps, just trying to give people an understanding of where they are, realize we have logistics, realize that there's some challenges that we're providing, and again, trying to make us authentic and truthful to our visitor, make sure they have the best experience possible, because that's what they owe. And if they're paying $720 a night for an ADR, they better be told where they have to be and what they have to do. So, all right. Last thing on the website is just a booking engine. Again, we're trying to help the visitor find and explore the area quicker and faster. And I think one of the challenges that we all do, if we've ever worked the phones or picked up a phone or talked to a visitor in your visitor center, there's always this ignorance, and they don't understand where to go. What do we do? Where can we stay? Do you have hotels? Should we rent a house? You know, all those things. And so we've added a brand new booking engine to our website that will have every one of our lodging properties. Just as a reminder, Big Sky only has 600 traditional hotel rooms. We have 1,300 short-term rentals, which makes it rather challenging for a visitor and often very confusing. And so people need to go, what's that? Oh, gosh, okay. We're doing more feedback to our industry. This is now a monthly report that comes out to every one of our visitors, not our visitors, to every one of our partners in our restaurants and our retailers. We are trying to do the best to tell our restaurants that in the next 2 weeks, you will see high capacity or high occupancy with all of our lodging options. And so that if they have the available staff, they can staff up. And we'll do our best to communicate that information. We're also, for our partners, getting out on the travel ski show circuit this year, doing 5 cities around the country, and then we're in Canada, Vancouver, Calgary, and as well as Australia is another market for us as well. So, all right, destination management, we'll just jump right into this. We have been, and I've asked this committee about a year and a half ago for additional, to use our rollover funds for wayfinding signage. And this is just an example of this project. The challenge with this is that it's been a massive project. The good thing is that just not us in this project now, our town center association doing, and the ski resort is redoing all their wayfinding signage as well. So the whole town of Big Sky will have a new sense of place. This is a common problem. This, believe it or not, was 6 months ago, 7 months ago. If you were on Google Street View or on Google Earth, this is what you see. This is actually what is there. So we have this little disconnect in that Google Earth and Google Street View is running about 8 to 9 years behind. And we've just completed a Street View project, so this is now the new improved Street View. I wish I could get Google Earth completely fixed, but there's actually the Wilson Hotel, which is a Marriott property that's still today on Google Earth, does not exist. But here on Street View, we've gotten it fixed. And I should point out, as we did this project, we were able to brand the heck out of the whole thing. So everywhere you go on Google Street View, you'll see our logos. We are definitely in the destination strategy work, just like a number of our other destinations. Kristen Dahl, who's centered in the middle there, is from George Washington University, runs an organization called Cross Current Collective. We just started our steering committee process literally last week. So we're just starting to go down this. We're expecting this to be a one-year project as well, very similar to what our other communities are doing. Destination stewardship, you guys have seen some of this work before, but the newest is our construction signage that we're really trying to educate our visitors, but also locals, and that over the next 4 months of summer in Big Sky is going to be absolutely a nightmare on traffic. And we're tying in our tourism assets with just a general conversation with our visitors as well as our workforce and our locals to make sure that we just be patient this summer. It's going to be a rough one. So last but not least is just our DEI work. This is some work we jumped into about 8 months ago, belonging in Big Sky. Glennis, yesterday in your opening comments, you had a nice comment in regards to what's happening at our state legislature and how our state is maybe being perceived as that we're not welcoming to all. And that is something that we certainly agree with and appreciate. And I like to think that we're looking ahead, but we already started this work because we knew Big Sky needed to do a better job in regards to belonging and making sure people are always welcoming. So this is a group of fantastic group of about 16 people that have been working in this space now every month for the last 7 months. So. All right, and then finally, budget. We break it down in a lot of different buckets here. We use our resort tax funding as well that we get from the community of Big Sky to match up with some of the projects that we do to make those dollars go farther. So that's it. Thank you.
Questions for Brad, please. Glennis.
Brad, thank you so much for digging in and refreshing your plan a bit even while you were traveling. So you have a good team.
Other questions for Brad? Would you put Brad's presentation back up for me, please? Just what you wanted to hear, I'm sure. I have a question. Big Sky math is interesting to me. As a hotelier, I'll just make a comment about the ADRs, $720 average ADR for a campaign. That was a winter campaign that we saw. Extremely impressive. But my question to you is, where do you see that going? Are we about at the top, or do you see more to get?
No, it's crashed. We have an economist on team, a guy named Steve Hallis. Actually, a couple other folks here in the room are now working with Steve. Steve's been crunching the numbers, and we've called it now a high water mark. We've hit the top, and we know it's coming down. If we look into this summer now, where last summer we were at 640, 645, we're now 520. And then literally about 3 or 4 weeks ago, a number of my major property managers all went off price. So 15% to 20% all summer, no date restrictions, no blackouts. There's a lot of room. So our winter numbers just came in yesterday, and we ended up down 14% over year for the winter. And I think we're all kind of seeing that. I think we've been seeing it, but I don't. It's always hard to watch your property managers or your hoteliers like lower rate. I know it's the last thing you ever want to do, but we knew it was coming.
Yeah, for the sake of all the rest of us in this room, we're probably a little grateful that we're keeping them within this zone of the atmosphere. I think it hurts everybody if it gets too much. I want to go to the very first slide, or maybe the second slide of the presentation. I'm sorry to do this. It's curious for me. The campaign, that one next, go down. No, the one that had the campaign numbers on it. Right there. The campaign produced $924,000 worth of estimated impact, producing 533 room nights. I'm not getting your numbers. The estimated ROA is only $17. Will you just explain the 924? What is that impact inclusive of? It's got to be more than just hotel rooms.
It is. It's visitor spending, and it's based on an average daily spend of $900 per visitor. I don't have the exact breakdown on that, to be honest with you.
But I'm just trying to gather, if you looked at this, the math just didn't make any sense. So the 1763 comes from where?
This is a ratio that they're using from Datify, that they're using called a return on advertising spend. Now, I know this isn't an industry standard, but this seems to be a new way they're dividing those dollar spends. Where it comes from is based on the room night, visitor spend. I don't believe it includes the airline, but it's in that dollar spent in market.
Go ahead, Steve.
That return on ad spend is typically the cost of the ad, the placement of the ad, and then they're taking the volume from that, and they're doing the ratio from there. That's how that's. So his numbers won't come to that because you don't have the ad spend on that.
So the total spend wasn't $48,000.
Ad spend was $43, but $48,000, but the production of the ads, things like that.
The actual production. Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't want to harp on the numbers, but if anybody was doing the math like I was, it wasn't making very clear sense. So the last comment I'll make is I love the Orange Peak campaign, and I think there's possibilities for a lot of places in the state to adopt some Orange Peak sympathies. Any other comments from the room, online? Yes, we need a mic in the room, please. Put your hand back up if you would, so Rachel can find you.
Debbie Picard with Glacier Country Tourism. Brad, I had a question. I work selling corporate incentive type meetings and conventions. I know people have been talking about the one and only coming into Big Sky. What do you see with that premier, prestigious property coming into Big Sky and the ADR and the sentiment?
Great question. If you're not aware, we have a new property coming, one and only. It's the only 6-star ultra luxury hotel in the United States from this brand. They have different properties around the world, and they've decided Big Sky is their next location. We were just made aware that it looks like Club Med's coming to Big Sky as well. So it's an ongoing challenge for Big Sky, is defining who we are and what we are. I'm very used to the hotel industry and the Residence Inn quality courtyard, and all of a sudden we have this just ultra luxury. And for the longest time, I mean, since I've been in this role, I did not think there was customers that who has that kind of money who spends a $2,000 a night room rate. And obviously there are, because they're making these huge investments of building these huge properties. It'll be an ongoing process. It's really making us as an office define who we are and who are we marketing to. Are we marketing for that ultra luxury customer? Or are we marketing for, a family of 4 from Minnesota? It's got us a little stuck in this space and not exactly knowing our role, but it's still being defined, I guess.
Okay, Glennis, please.
It's a common theme. You've heard Brad, but if you can create any synergy with Yellowstone Country and the Carraggio Group's exercise in the resiliency plan, it seems to dovetail timing-wise well with your strategic planning.
It does. I wish, it's great. Love it. I just wish we had an example or a blueprint of what other communities have gone through the same kind of walking into right now.
There are some that have. I think Whitefish is a good example, and Glacier Country can be of assistance to you.
Anybody else? Okay. I see no other comments. We'll cut this off. I would like to ask the council, please, for a motion to approve the fiscal year 24 DMO plan and budget for Big Sky. The budget is $825,000 even. Do I hear a motion?
Warlick, so moved. Yes, a second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the fiscal year 24 DMO plan for Big Sky. Any questions on that motion? I'll just make an obvious comment. 600 hotel rooms with some other stuff on the side produces an $825,000 budget. It's a pretty amazing set of numbers. If you approve the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstentions? All right, we have completed all of our DMO plans and approvals. Congratulations to everyone for staying awake this long. Barb has asked for a moment on the floor. Would you make the trip back there with the microphone, please?
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for all their efforts and putting their plans together this year. We are up to now 26 organizations, and we do have 8 EDs that are in their first year, so that's quite a large number, and I definitely look forward to spending time with everybody and look forward to the collaborations that'll be formed with the other organizations too. And I also want to say too that I am really appreciative of hearing more about not just your destination marketing, but also talking about product development and destination management and stewardship. I've had the opportunity to get some education in those areas, and am finding the true benefits of thinking that way. And again, everybody realizing it's not heads and beds. It's about appreciating what you have and preserving what you have, engaging your communities. And I also believe that at the end of the day, it does all lead to those 2 magic words of economic development. And I did just want to get that in. And I also would like to reiterate what I would see the value in providing funding to our organizations so they could get some training on the value and benefit and the definitions of destination management, stewardship, and product development. And again, I feel that it would be extremely valuable to have some grant funding for our smaller DMOs for that, and even others that don't necessarily have the funding for it, and the opportunity for education. I feel like that's one thing our office is not doing as good of a job that we could be, is just educating our DMOs about destination stewardship and preserving what you have and the value of what you have. So again, I just hope that with SB 540 that we can definitely make some positive what we can do for you guys.
Barb, I know that others have said we sound like a broken record, but Barb and I have bonded substantially in the last 6 weeks over getting all of these plans through the system and out of the system and to you and back to you. So Barb, on behalf of the council members sitting here and those on the waves, I just want to take a second to thank you from our perspective for all the help and the patience and the training and the retraining and telling us the same website 32 times. thank you very much for all that you did and do for this entire room. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mike, and everybody else. The next order of business on the agenda are updates from the Department of Commerce. We'll begin with Business MP, and I'd like to welcome Rochelle Brown, the Tribal Tourism Coordinator, up to the lectern for her Tribal Tourism Update, and the State Tribal Economic Development Council, also known as STED, and with a discussion with us on our Memorandum of Understanding. So just as a heads up for the council, on our statute of responsibilities that can be found on the Tourism Advisory Council webpage on Brand MP, another website I echo over and over again, we have on there as our duty is to maintain a memorandum of understanding with the State Tribal Economic Development Council. So I am here because many people don't know about this to ask Rochelle to talk about that as well.
You bet. Thank you so much, everybody. It is such an honor to be in the room with all of you. Such a brain trust over this last year since I came on board in my position. I've really looked and observed all of you to kind of learn by osmosis all of the knowledge and guidance and ways that I can identify economic opportunities for tribal tourism across your region. I think that we'll be far more effective if we're able to combine our forces towards economic development and opportunity in this space. The STED Commission, I have a colleague in the Office of Indian Country Economic Development. Her name is Marilyn Wilson, and she is the STED Commission Specialist. The STED Commission is a 10-person board of governor-appointed positions, 8 from each of the tribal nations. The Director of Commerce, Scott Osterman, and the Director of Indian Affairs at the Governor's Office, Misty Cool. So they meet quarterly. Their operations are very similar to TAC in that they have different focuses. People present to them, give opportunities. They discuss policies and ways in which they'd like to work more closely with the state and other organizations. And there is an MOU with the TAC. It was established in 2017. It was a 5-year MOU that came to expire in October of 22, but just before the expiration date, the TAC with Rachel Gregg and then Alicia, they did a 1-year extension. So October of 2023, this MOU will expire. We're hoping that you'll be able to negotiate a new one, a renewed one for another 5-year term. And really what it is to find ways in which the work of the TAC and the work of the STED are complementary and overlap. Since the pandemic and since I've come on board and had the opportunity to be in the room with these discussions, Indian Country recognizes a huge opportunity for economic development and growth in tourism. They're also paying attention to the data. And when we get the data from Hoffman York and Zartico and all these other, Datify, historical experiences, cultural experiences are one of the strongest assets, human potential in Montana. And after having everything shut down, and there's already a lot of underemployment and poverty in Indian Country, they really do see this as an avenue for them to improve their lives and to have some self-determination and to be behind the storytelling and to be telling their own stories and promoting their own rich culture, not only traditional, but also contemporary. So since I came on board in 2022, it's been my opportunity to kind of survey where we're at. All the work that was done before me that I inherited, and what are the directions that we are hoping to go in line with the director's goals for the Office of Indian Country Economic Development. There was a tremendous infusion of investment with excessive fed tax dollars channeled towards Indian Country investment in 22. This year, I'm going on a tour to go and see how we're doing with those projects. So this will be an opportunity to see what are the fruits of those labors, how many of them are ready to roll,
Some examples would be like teepee glamping expanded in Blackfeet at the Chewing Black Bones and Buffalo Calf campgrounds. They have some new comfort station, a visitor station there, and then an investment that we are funding this year for them to update the bathroom facilities to have 10 family-style bathrooms. So you and your family can go into your own little private bathroom that has a shower, and you can get yourselves cleaned up and ready for the day. And there'll be 10 of those, and they'll be easier to maintain, easier to clean. So that's one of many examples. Confederated Salish and Kootenai, they did a number of repairs at the Blue Bay docks that are on Flathead, and they're also hoping to expand their campgrounds there. They definitely see that there's money to be made. There are people that are there, and they're looking for opportunities in the market that are all levels, the high-level glamping to that more kind of rustic campground experience, or even the backcountry experience. There are tour operators, small business operators, and through the Indian Equity Fund, we're looking at targeting more tourism-based small business operators, those that can cater to the powwow trail. They can do pop-ups, pop-up vendors that are selling Native American made in Montana products, food vendors. So this year is basically to go and see how we're doing on our investments and to look and see what else we need to invest in. We did do a reprint of the guidebook. That was one of the expenses that we had this year in my budget. But we're looking at a refresh for 2025 for a new guidebook. We're looking at investing in more content this year. There are some ideas that have come out of the STED. It was very exciting to see some of your presentations on passport products. The STED Commission has asked us to develop an Indian country passport program and to gamify it with some very unique Native American prizes, such as someone who were to collect all of the stamps across all of the nations could potentially win a buffalo robe, or have some very high quality, culturally specific and valuable gifts for individuals who invest years, thousands of miles, lots of money and effort to go and become a patron of Indian country in Montana. So as we develop some of these ideas into 2024, I also wanted to highlight how there are some really great collaborations taking place across the regions. Visit Southeast Montana. Brenda Moss has been incredible. She's been diligent. She's gone and repeatedly reached out to Crow, Northern Cheyenne, and Fort Peck, because the Sioux tribes have also a historical connection to the Battle of the Little Bighorn. And she is continuing to give them an opportunity to tell their story and have their story featured and their businesses cross-promoted through Visit Southeast Montana. So that's just one small example. I know that Glacier Country, they expanded board appointments to allow for a Blackfoot tribal member to be on their board of directors, Leilani Upham, and also to be uplifting small business operators. So I'm definitely seeing where there's opportunities when someone can't get into Glacier National Park. Well, there's the bison range, or maybe there's going to be the Blue Bay docks or camping there for CSKT, or maybe couldn't get a ticket, we'll get a ticket on Sun Tours, and they're operating out of East Glacier and West Glacier, and they'll take you up and give you a one-of-a-kind kind of experience. Or you can't find a place to stay. Well, did you try Johnson's of St. Mary's, or did you get a chance to go and eat there? So these are the kinds of things that we really want to help partner with our Indian country tourism operators and staff to continue to build out what they want to promote, highlight the events that they want to invite others to go to. And I will be out. Was just talking to Carla from Missouri Country. Hopefully her and I are going to hang out with my colleague and we'll have a little barbecue and hang out at the Red Bottom celebration in Fort Peck in a couple of weeks. And then after that, I'll be down in Crow Fair in Northern Cheyenne, again, checking on some of these investments, seeing if they're ready to capture and to promote. Then I'll be off again on a almost 2-week trip to Confederated Salish, Kootenai, and Blackfeet. And of course, I've got to go through your communities to get there. So these are all connected. And one of the biggest messages from Governor's Conference, where we had our panels and we had the Montana Indigenous Tourism Alliance members there, was that Indian country is open for business and all of Montana is Indian country. And there are opportunities for all of us to partner together to utilize, elevate, amplify these cultural assets to everyone's benefit and to the edification of visitors to Montana. So any questions for me regarding STED Commission and how we might be able to continue to foster a deeper relationship between the TAC and the STED?
Thank you, Rochelle. We'll share that letter of a memorandum of understanding. For those of you that are new, we'll get it put up on our website and we'll share that link. That way, we'll be looking for another volunteer, please, to join the Tribal Tourism Committee that is part of the council. We have Nathan and myself, and we could use one more. Thank you, Joan. That'd be very helpful because we will go through that this summer and have something ready for the council to review in October.
Awesome, that would be great.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Rochelle? In the audience?
Rebecca Ingham, Great Falls, Montana Tourism. I'm very grateful for the work that you are doing. The one area we struggle with, and I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for the Indian country region to help with that, much like we get resources from our region. We struggle with how to direct people into, specifically for us, Browning, and what to do there, what the experiences are, what the culturally appropriate ways they can engage in some of these activities are. If we had some type of handout or one sheeter that said do's and don'ts, or what you can expect or what you can see, there's one piece of education when it comes to what the tribes are, where they are, what, you know, where their background is. It's a completely different thing to tell them what does it look like modern, what to do, what to engage with, how do we do that. And been hoping that would come out of the Indian country tourism region, and just haven't seen that yet, and wondered if it's on the horizon.
Thank you, Rebecca. And Rebecca has also been an incredible partner with, like you saw with the video piece that you put together, that was beautiful. And the Buffalo Jump being just an incredible asset here, very close to Great Falls. And the International Traditional Game Society has been trying to work very closely with Rebecca to get support for their Indigenous games that will be taking place over the first week of October here in Great Falls, and will encompass a lot of different things. But to specifically answer your question, in our current guidebook, we have 3 travel itineraries. And there is the travel, I think it's the Valleys and Peaks itinerary in the book that talks about the different businesses one can visit when they go to Browning, and basically that kind of itinerary to go to CSKT to Browning and back. So I can share that with you. I do think that part of what my plan is for this trip is to try to capture some on-the-ground, authentic, first-person video of someone actually going with their family and experiencing that travel, leaving from Helena, going over to Confederate Salish Kootenai, up to Whitefish, over through Kalispell and Columbia Falls, through the park, down below the park, over to Blackfeet. And so all of that will be content that will help to inform visitors as they are going through Browning and then coming back out to Great Falls and then back to Helena. So there are some things in development to help educate and give people a feeling that they're invited and welcome to go. Does that help at all address your question?
Great. Any comments from the council? Any additional comments or online or from the public?
Alicia, I would love to serve on that committee.
Oh, fantastic. Haley, thank you very much. I'd be honored. Thank you. All right, with that, thank you, Rochelle, very much.
You bet.
We're very
Thank you so
grateful
much.
for you being here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to thank Mitch Stanley and from the Communications and Marketing Bureau, Chief, for being here with us today. And with that, we'll begin our marketing discussion. And Director Osterman, if you would like to join that too. I think we have some additional questions.
We're going to rearrange the table up here. Okay, sounds good.
Rebecca, was your question?
Hang on. One a second. I need to get this question and answer, please, on the record.
Yeah, so Rebecca asked a question about an Indian country type guidebook, is how I'm interpreting your question, but I just want to clarify.
Not a guidebook, but a one sheet of don't take these kind of pictures, or don't act this kind of way, or do engage in these dances, but don't engage in those dances. Because there's some of those things that happen at some of those events that are unknown to people who are traveling, and there's probably a lot more do's and don'ts of how to engage culturally appropriately within those communities.
Thank you, Rebecca. Just to add to that, the Little Shell Powwow that they had this last August, they had a fantastic handout they gave that had a number of those specific things about etiquette, when to take photos, when you're not allowed to take photos, when to stand, when to sit, when you're welcome. So that combined with some of the information we have in our guidebook about etiquette, I think that we can marry and merge those things together to be more informative so that people won't be as intimidated. Because I know that our visitors that have an interest, they don't want to offend anybody. They want to go where they're welcome, and they don't want to go when they're not. And so I'm working my very best with the community to flush out those details so that we invite people when they're welcome. And then we also kind of like Big Sky. We're going to have them come during certain times, and maybe we're going to not emphasize other times, just in order to have a better balanced relationship with the community.
I just wanted to clarify that, just to make sure deliverable is that asked for it, so we can follow up on it. So my name's Mitch Staley. I am from Dillon. I still live in Dillon. Travel to Helena when I need to, or wherever else we need to be for whatever assignment that we're on any given day of the week. I've had kind of the pleasure of getting caught up to speed quickly in the past 5 weeks with the marketing as the program manager for the marketing team. It used to be called the bureau chief for the marketing bureau. And for all of you first timers pitching CVB budgets, that was me 10 years ago, maybe not quite 10 years ago for Dillon. So Rebecca is doing a great job carrying the torch forward for Dillon. So I've been in some of your shoes. I've been there before with very small budgets, trying to figure out what are you asking me to do from the TAC, and Barb helping me figure out what I'm supposed to be doing. Barb's probably like, I remember this guy. He was terrible. He was hard to work with. But it really is admirable, all the effort that you all put into this. So we appreciate it. I wanted to provide a light update from Governor's Conference to the next 5 weeks forward. I see Addie's here from Hoffman. All representation here with us as well. So kind of as a team, we've been taking some feedback that we've received and looking back at the direction of this warm season, which we realize that we should not be talking about warm season right now in June of warm season. We should be talking about winter and pitching and telling you direction and more strategy. So we realize where we're at. So give us just that, understand that we get it. And we're working fast and furious to get to the point where we can start being more strategic and well thought out and planned forward into the future so that we can all be more aligned. Because it's definitely obvious that there's some places where we could be working together a lot closer and building off of each other's momentum. I think Scott's comments at GovCon were exactly that. How do we be more efficient together and build off of each other, use each other's assets more so that we have a better awareness and that there's a more unified message coming out of Montana to the world. So that's our goal. We're not there yet. And so give us some time, and we welcome the process. So there's a lot of work going on, and I appreciate all of our team that is stepping up, pulling double time, late nights, working on this, both from the brand MT side and our agency of record and Windfall, so Hoffman, York, and Windfall. Everybody's really pulling double time to try to turn something around here with some revisions to this warm season. So I wanted to just give you a quick preview of some of those changes. If you remember it from Governor's Conference or not, that's okay. We probably won't go through all of this, but I welcome your questions, just as some of the directions.
And Mitch, before you do, I'm going to give you this mic because I'm getting some radio interference on this panel.
Thanks, Todd. Todd's awesome, by the way. Todd and Rachel over here on the mic, keeping the lights on for us. My normal job, by the way, for the Department of Commerce is the Director of Communication and Marketing. So I work with Scott and Mandy Rambo in the Director's office. So that's my typical job, just so you know. So Scott actually works on my team, which is awesome. I love working with Todd, not Scott. Scott's on my team too. Yeah, Scott's on my team too. But I don't get to, yeah. So actually, that's something to point out. That I don't know if you guys really have let this sink in. I have started in January with the Department of Commerce, so I'm fairly new to it all altogether, let alone just the marketing piece. But Scott is very accessible. When he says call me, my desk phone goes to my cell phone if I'm not at my desk. He's not just blowing smoke. That's a different thing that I'm not sure if that's been the way it's been for very long at the Department of Commerce. So that's that's a legitimate, genuine offer from the director of the department. And so when we say we're all on the same team, it's not like this hierarchy reporting, bad structure, point up, point down, the org chart. It really doesn't feel like that right now. So we have a cool opportunity. I'll just put that in there as a bookmark. We have a really neat opportunity right now to use that. We have landed on some pillars. So coming out of Governor's Conference, these are messaging pillars. In light of an overall content strategy that we're working on and refining right now, together as a team and with the agencies, we're working on refining a content strategy, but these are where we've landed to get a somewhat strategic plan out the door for the warm season, this warm season, and then to learn from it, to understand what do we need to get from you and to go out and capture ourselves for the next warm season, for next summer, based on knowing these are the things we think we need to highlight based on some of the data points, some of your feedback, what exists currently, the assets that exist in rural and eastern Montana. That's a focus for us in this large state-led campaign is eastern Montana and rural. And these are things that we can really build off of. State parks, recreation areas, lifestyle, wildlife, scenic drives. Our top 2 or 3 data points always say scenic drives is one of the top reasons people come to Montana. And so we're trying to show that and show how people that even if they're not going into the wilderness and they're not doing the extreme mountain biking or extreme adventure, that this is what you come and you end up doing almost anywhere you go in Montana, because to get from town to town, you've got 2 hours to drive. So you end up on a scenic drive whether you planned it or not. So we can capitalize on that. And wildlife is kind of that same. People universally say they come here to see wildlife. For us, it's a feeling. We go to work, our commutes to work, we usually see this wildlife and we take it for granted. But people from all over the world desire that feeling that we have, which is just the ability to be free, the ability to see beautiful things every day, and it builds who we are in our character Montana. And so the last 2 are dinosaurs and night skies. We have assets that are already built, Trail to the Stars, the Dino Trail, that are already built that we're trying to capitalize on right now and point people to those types of assets this warm season. That would also include, there's the Burger Trail, there's the Pie Trail, there's the Brew Trail, all of those that we're trying to capitalize. The Chocolate Trail, is that Southwest? I heard that's gonna be Southwest. So we're trying to amplify the work that has already been done with this warm season as much as we can. There's the new Eastern Montana guidebook that I think there should be some copies here, but there's also a digital version that is extremely awesome that you can go and see, that has some of those itineraries that you've probably seen before, but they're displayed in a way that makes it really interactive for the users to catch them and to follow along with it. So we're trying to do that right now for this warm season. So you'll see some of the content here that'll come through. I want to stop though and pause and just say some of what we're driving at, and we need to take a little bit more time to really refine this, is what is the Montana brand? Just being open and honest, I don't think that this has been defined for a while. And I'm not sure that you can say COVID would be your hard pause, or after COVID, we should have done it. Should have taken a look back and said, what is our brand? Why are people coming here now versus even before COVID? Even, let alone 5 to 10 years before COVID. And so we're taking a look at what is our brand. And right now, what we're trying to hit and land on and feel this out as we do it, we're testing it as we do this, is the feeling of what it is to be in Montana. I think that's the one thing that we miss, is why do people want to come to Montana? It's pretty pictures. Like, you can see that, but put me in there. How do I feel that? I want to see that, but how do I feel it? What is it that people, I've been told many times we don't own the cowboy, but we sure have a lot of them. And our TV partners have done a great job at marketing for us with Yellowstone in 1923, at kind of showing that Old West cowboy culture. People want to feel that. People come to our rodeos, and they go out and you always can see them, you can peg them a mile away. They've got the brand new cowboy hats and the brand new boots on. And in our community, sometimes that they're not well received. But if we flip that mentality and say, why do they do that? Anybody have an idea? Why would you do that? Why do those people go do that? They want to be like us. They want to be like the cowboys in our town. And so there's a feeling, and we haven't nailed it yet. There's a feeling that we're trying to capture, that why people come to Montana. And that's going to be very top level, right? That's the work of the state campaign, to do this top level funnel, top of the funnel work. And so we've captured some words here. Montana isn't just a spot on a map. It's an action that fosters a state of being. When you Montana, again, back to Montana as a verb, you experience a certain feeling that can only be had here. To Montana is truly to live. Experience authenticity, unlock your flair for adventure, and find the elegance of simplicity. Montana with us. Inhale the essence of a place known as the last best. That is welcoming as it is wild. So while that's not the end of what we're gonna be working off of, that's a direction. So know that this is all very much iterative. How would I press play? This is just a 15-second clip of a fishing video that you probably already saw in the videos at Governor's Conference, but it's using some different footage that we're able to find, just to kind of gear this more towards where we're strategically trying to focus travel out of this warm season campaign. Here's some of the creative that we're starting to roll out. It's all on the same theme of where things were at Governor's Conference. It's just a little bit different in some of the imagery that we're being used, that we have access to is the other part. Again, we're identifying the places that we don't have assets for, where we probably be reaching out to you and saying, do you already have these things we're looking for? If not, then we can go out and get them, or we can partner to get them. So here's back kind of towards the lifestyle. We're getting, as an early start was born. So this is to the lifestyle pillar that we looked at. Every bend holds promise. Every bank, reward. I don't have my glasses on. I should wear my glasses. So every bend holds promise. Every bank rewards. That's how you Montana. Back to the fishing story here. If you get that, if you're a fisherman, that's a really cool narrative. This is one that stuck from Governor's Conference that hasn't changed. Actually, this is my first rodeo. And there's a video that goes along with this. There's a 15-second clip that goes along with that tagline. Every second counts. In Montana, when you come here, every second matters. When you get off the plane, actually, when you connect into a Montana flight, it's part of this feeling we're trying to capture. When you're going from Minneapolis or Denver or Salt Lake or Seattle into Bozeman or Billings or Missoula or Helena, You get on that plane and you've just come from Boston or wherever you've been. You get on that plane and there's a totally different feeling in that plane. People are happy, their families, their business people coming home from wherever they've had to go that week and left Montana, and now they get to come back. There's just a different feeling on that plane, and we know that. So every second with your Montana experience counts, and there's a lot of different ways to play off of that. When you drive to your hotel room, it's not ugly. It's not a city. It is sometimes to us if you're in the bigger towns. But to these people that come and visit Montana, it's not even a city that they have to wade through. It's beautiful. Wow, did you see the mountains? By the way, did you see that when we landed? Did you see what I saw in Billings? Did you see the rims? Holy cow, that was amazing. Every second matters, and so we can capitalize on that. Here's another video. So again, capitalizing on some of the aspects, we're going to be pointing people your way. And here's some creative that's new, but Catch the Late Show. That was a tagline that we had at Governor's Conference. Some cool imagery with that. Catch the Late Show again here. Some awesome imagery about dark skies and what you can find when you go out in Montana and see the sky a different way. Prehistoric monuments. So out in Makoshika, we're trying to help people see that these cool places exist in eastern Montana. And so we're providing focus to those. Winning show and tell. We like this one a lot. Kind of shows something different in the way to think about what's out there. Time builds landscapes and families. And we're refining all of these taglines too. So if you have feedback, feel free to come up to us after and provide it. And then something to draw exactly what we're talking about with dinosaurs, showing the little kid reaching up to the T-Rex. And again, back to the scenic driving. All routes are scenic. This shows a car in a nice scene. This shows how you use that pretty landscape. By the way, there's usually roads or a trail system that you can access it with. It's not just an untouchable landscape that's beautiful. Then rush hour hits different here. We've all seen that. The other day, just driving to Holland, between Whitehall and Boulder, we had a cattle drive that I got to drive through. I took a picture and I said, "You just did it. You can actually get that, any given morning in Montana." And then to wildlife, get to know the neighbors. Again, this is just our days living in Montana. We get to see elk, antelope, deer, whatever, in some of us in our backyards. I live in town in Dillon, and there's deer every morning out in the yard. Get to know the neighbors, all walks of wildlife. You can see that one has a couple species in it. And then kind of a play on the time and the sunset. Sunsets are best at 10 p.m. We're trying to show people that there's something to do all day long. It's an extended day in Montana, right? After work, I can get on my dirt bike and I can drive up at 7 o'clock at night, even if it's that late getting finished with work, and drive up to a high mountain lake on my dirt bike and still get home before dark. People will kill for that, to do that after work. And so it's something we're just trying to capture it and think, how do we translate this to the visitor? And then finally, more hours in a day. And then with Indian country, rush hour. So this is the direction. There's a couple more videos, and we can show them to you if you want them later. We'll provide them. But this is the direction we're going. We're in a state of change, and that brings opportunity. So let's work collaboratively on that. I'm new to this, and just have that appetite to really do that. So I'll stop here and stay. Happy to answer any questions, and then welcome Scott to carry over from then.
Thank you, Mitch. We'll open it up to questions, please. We'll start with the council first. Mitch, mine's more of a comment than a question, but I love audio. And with all of the scenic highways, byways, and pushing those sorts of things, I think if we could have a Montana branded podcast where it was almost your tour guide as you take that 2-hour drive, and they could select them, it would be a huge undertaking, but
It would be like having your own tour guide with you.
Yeah.
Hire Sam Elliott while we're at it.
Yeah, while you're out on the, yeah, oh, good voice, or Haley Ship, or, yeah, what if we, we'll take down the notes, but it's a great idea because as we're pushing people east, we're trying to get them to look east and travel east. They're going to spend a lot of time on the road. And what better way to continue to educate them all along their way? So that's a great suggestion. It would definitely take some time to create that, but it's a great suggestion.
Thank you, Haley. Anybody else from the audience? All right, then I've got a question. Oh, yeah, go ahead. We'll go to you, Brenda.
Thank you. Brenda Moss with Visit Southeast Montana. So I've been hearing, you know, all the chatter about moving the traffic, dispersing from the gateways a little bit more across Montana, and I think that this is something that's been really needed for a long, long time. So thank you. I mean, we're marketing the state across this room and north, south, east, west. My question is, with this very high level, but also very expansive inspiration and push to move those travelers to these remote areas, to these communities that may or may not want the visitation, but that may or may not be ready. What do you see? A kind of twofold. Number one, are we telling them? Are they ready? Number two, what do you see as the role of the folks in this room? We know that we all have the workforce issues and all of that, but what can we do very actionable walking out of this room, letting our partners know what's coming?
I think that's a great question. And then Scott, you might have some more on this with the assets part of that, but really what we've been trying to do in the last 5 weeks at least, and I know that Addie and the team have been doing this for a while too, is trying to find out what assets already exist. And so while right now we're going to point people to Eastern Montana assets that are there, like the Pie Trail and like night Trails of the Stars. And so that way when we do send people there is something like the Dino Trail. It's developed. Even though along the way there might be some gaps, we found out like on the Burger Trail, we're trying to schedule Voices of Montana episode all about the Burger Trail and the Pie Trail, and we found out one of those stops was closed. So that is kind of, we just have to learn that too, right, as we go. But right now we're not trying to catch anybody off guard, and there is a communication piece that we haven't done yet because we're just right there where we're starting to say, this is what we're going to do this worm season. And so there were several of you yesterday that said, oh, by the way, prepare for Trail of the Stars to get some focus. It's going to start happening. We're pointing people that way. So right now it's existing assets that are already built, itineraries that are already built in public, so that we're not trying to send people where there is nothing yet. But I think then we need you to help us understand what could be there, what's missing, where are those gaps. We're going to probably hear it from people, from visitors in one way or another. So we have to be prepared to take their feedback. So what specific actionable thing that everyone in this room could do with that is if this is your areas that we're talking about, we need you to help give us ideas, to let us know what assets you have already. That would be really helpful. So that when we say, let's go create this new great idea that one of us has, you guys are like, yeah, we've been working on it for 5 years. It's either impossible or, yeah, we've already got it. You guys could use it. Is that helpful?
Yeah, so it is, and thank you. I think that maybe there should be a little bit more strategic effort to also let the communities, particularly like the chambers, know, and I don't know what that looks like, but my other question would be, along with that, a little bit more to, I guess I call them the .govs, because we have BLM, we have National Forest, we have all these other, and FWP specifically. So if I see the image of Medicine Rock State Park, well, that's a day use park. There's not a staff person there. And Makoshika, we're doing a lot of work and have been to promote Makoshika, but do they even have the staff? Does FWP know this is happening? And another very specific example I could give you is the Pillar, Pompey's Pillar. Last I heard, they didn't have full staff, so they're not going to be open 7 days a week. So those sort of things, you know, all the way up that national level. So the other .govs.
That's definitely our job to make sure that coordination happens. Like, for example, we were talking about it earlier last week, is Makoshica ready? And then Makoshica has some sinkhole issues right now. So it's just understanding that. But yeah, that's definitely our job to make sure that coordination happens. I'm not sure historically how that's happened, but we're working on that right now. The framework to make sure that we ask the question, have we called them? Do they want to partner with us on this, and are they ready for this?
Thank you, Mitch and everybody. We'll go back to you, Rebecca, but we want to leave some time for Director Osterman. But I can't believe Steve's not making this statement. So, Steve, I'm going to be your parrot for the 5 years that I've known you, is that in the last 24 hours, we've listened to 26 marketing plans that were thought out, well prepared for, vetted by their colleagues, vetted by the council. Where's the point? Is there a point in the future we're going to be blessed and have the luxury of seeing a marketing plan from the state like we used to around this time of the year, looking 12 months in advance? That would be a request. And Steve, thank you. I'm channeling you.
Yeah. Yes. The answer is yes. Can I say the date that we're going to be able to pivot to that?
Yeah.
I wish I could. I wish I had it for you. I wish I could.
I fell for that.
The answer is yeah, that's where it should be. It's not. And so we have to figure out how we get there quickly.
Great. Thank you so much, Mitch. Rebecca.
Rebecca Ingham, Great Falls, Montana Tourism. Mitch, I think it's weird you have to bring the mic to me and then ask you the question. But you said you're this close on warm season. I don't know if you know, but it's beginning of June, and warm season should probably have been driven. But to kind of corner off of what Brenda was saying, the assets that are ready, like the Night Star, Night Skies, whatever, and then the Dinosaur, the big issue that I just want to raise is some of these communities aren't ready. If you want to do sorry, Carla, I'm stealing a little of your thunder. If you want to do the Dinosaur Museum in Malta, Montana on Sunday, that's great, and you're going to spend the night in Malta, there's no place to eat. So you have to be comfortable with eating at the grocery store. And I just don't know if the people you're marketing to understand that. And I don't know what kind of communication you can do with the chambers to get them excited about people complaining that the only place to eat in Malta on Sunday night is Albertsons. Well, I get that. We're Montanans, but how does somebody who's in the higher income demographic that's seeing the ad, doing the dinosaur trail, get comfortable with that? And how does the Department of Commerce prepare our communities for that so that the communities aren't seen in a bad light?
That's an extremely valid question. Some of it is there's places that we're asking people to go, or we're telling people about that they should go check out, where it's definitely an expectations thing right now that we need to set, and hopefully that helps us identify ways where that kind of investment can be made, where it's identified that, hey, we need to do more here if we're going to ask people to go out there. And Scott, I don't know if you want to talk about that specifically, different asset development and 540 and how that all plays together, but to me,
that's a great segue to our next topic with Director Osterman.
I'll sit down and call you, Scott.
Thank you, Mitch, very much. We are grateful for you. Thank you. And we look forward to that marketing plan. So next June, maybe. All right. I'd like to thank Mitch and welcome to the floor Director Scott Osterman for further open discussion. Scott, thank you for being here with us. And let's begin our open discussion. So who would like to lead that off? Mike, Steve?
So a couple of things and Mitch, this goes to you. So I think you sort of fell on the sword in the beginning, the warm season. You know, I find it kind of ironic that we sit here and for a long time we've bitched like hell that we don't have any work being done. And a lot of that for the rural part of Montana and for eastern Montana, and yet here we start. And if you look at the timing of the program, where they are now, by the time they release it, you know, we're not going to get a full season, as we know, and Mitch has alluded to that, and hopefully things will change. But I think you know, one of the things that, you know, it's a two-way street. If we don't start doing some of these things now, and it's not all the Office of Tourism or the Department of Commerce's job. I mean, part of that is all of our job to make these communities aware of. You're in them, and so on one hand, I find it ironic, like I said, we bitch like hell because they haven't done anything, and then on the other hand, we're bitching like hell because we don't want to let them know. So I think it's our responsibility in these communities to let people know. Will it cure everything? No, but if we don't start, we're going to have a huge, huge problem down the line. And it's, you know, I think it's nice to talk. Mitch and I had dinner along with Mike last night to talk about where things can go and what can happen. So that's my opening salvo. So on one hand, I say thank you. On the other hand, the strategic plan, I'll reiterate, is a long time coming. I will tell you from my perspective, if the state doesn't do that within, or at least well underway over the next year, credibility that the Office of Tourism, Department of Commerce will sink tremendously, because all these people have been waiting patiently. And if you listen, what's really concerning is the amount of people that have done strategic plans and have gone out and have said, hey, honk it. You know, I just added up Glacier Country. You know, there's $6 million being spent in pro-tourism. That's 25% of the Office of Tourism's budget. And so, you know, people have looked at it and said, well, we'll just forget the Office of Tourism. So it's a two-way street. And I guess my comment in general is thank you for doing what you're doing. On the other hand, time is of the essence from there. And for those that in the tourism regions, we've got to take control of our own destiny as well, and letting people know. So.
Yeah, so Steve, if I could add on to that, thank you. I mean, I think this is the dilemma that we've had, and we've started working on about a little over a year ago. And we knew that we had to do some sort of a reset. And there's never a good time to do that. There's only the time that I've certainly learned this in the private sector, that I did turnarounds for 20 years, and so at the end of the day, when you have to get something changed, you take on what is going to be an unenviable, constant criticism battle, and that's okay. I mean, I've been listening to Steve for 2 years, and actually I love it, because I always get something out of it that's helpful, and I think that's one of the things that we're trying to do, is we're trying to hit the reset button and do some things differently that are certainly more cooperative and more in concert with what you're trying to do. You have your own individual areas that you are marketing and working so hard to be able to do. Montana campaign should help each and every one of you support your activity. Your activity shouldn't be supporting our campaign. Our campaign should be supporting your activity and what's happening in each one of your areas. So, you know, our resetting the bar is just like Mitch said. This is just a start. We don't know if we're there. You know, our destination that we're trying to market to is getting more engagement with you, knowing what it is that you're trying to do. So the question a little bit earlier about what are you ready for? We have been trying to gather some of this, you know, from both the tribes as well as locations. And if you think your area is ready for promotion, with the flexibility that we have with 540 now and with the campaign that we're putting together, you have to let us know. We might not necessarily be as aware of what those assets are. You know, one of the things that I've mentioned several times is whether it's three hours, 3 days, or 3 weeks of where you might be in some place. Everyone should be able to tell a story of here's the best way to spend 3 days in XYZ, wherever it is. You know that. You certainly are going to know that better than we know that. But that's how we've put together this patchwork quilt of what Montana represents, which is a huge amount of variety. And the diversity of both culture and experiences and all that other stuff is truly unique in the world. So how do we do that? We have to do that by telling your story and combining with our story that we're trying to promote for all of you. So I look at it as if our state campaign is a campaign that should be supporting each one of your individual campaigns. That also then means that if the individual campaigns have some consistency and we can tie them together, and there's this general feeling of when you think about Montana, wherever you're looking, there's this couple of hooks that seem to be always constantly there and always constantly present. That's how you develop a brand. And that brand then has that identity that can carry on and carry on and carry on. And that's what we're trying to reset the bar for. Whether it gets done this year or whether it takes us 5 years, I don't know. This is a journey. It's hard to say what it's going to take, but it's going to take collaboration and it's going to take a lot of communication. So if you think you've talked to Barb a lot now, in the next year, I would expect you to talk to her and our staff 10 times more than you have, because I believe this is how we're going to bring this whole program together. Us understanding your strategic plans, because your strategic plans are instrumental to our strategic plan to make sure that we're in alignment. Because if you can hang up everybody's strategic plan and they all do something different, then we haven't done anything for Montana. We've done things for our individual environment. So Steve, that's, just keep rattling the saber on the strategic plan. Please do that, because now that we're seeing from other areas what's important to them. I don't know if we could have necessarily said that a year and a half ago as to what exactly is important and strategically important for you and where do you want to go. Now that you're there, in many of you and others you are working on it, this is going to be hugely informative to us, because we can now then form a plan that's an overall plan that includes you rather than just sort of an ivory tower plan of what we think we need to do in Helena, and then move forward. So that's where the collaborative part comes in every different area, whether it be, again, paying for content. Why send 5 photographers out when one person can shoot it from 5 different angles? The same thing, et cetera. So that's kind of where we're headed.
Great. Director Osterman, would it be fair then to put a correlation between the Coraggio Group's resiliency project and possibly the Department of Commerce's strategic plan and marketing plan? Is all of that research being done as like a base to then build on all of these things?
So yeah, thank you, Alicia. The Coraggio Group's resiliency plan funding is going to guide us to be able to start our strategic plan, because we're going to know what we have. There's a tremendous amount of data and a tremendous amount of touch points. I think many of you have already been included in those discussions, and so that's going to bring something back to us that we believe at least as I see it, we've never really had. And so between that and sort of a new orientation and engagement with TAC, I believe we can start a strategic plan that's going to make sense for everybody. And then a year from now, still going to be on here a year from now. Okay, we'll have to invite Steve back to ask about the strategic plan a year from now. So I would love for us to be, or actually even maybe by winter, know that we've got a pretty good direction set, and as Mitch said, it's an iterative process, but it doesn't mean that we can't make some pretty good progress by getting everybody's heads together in a short period of time.
So that's a perfect segue to my question. Here's what I'm concerned about. We're 24 days away from fiscal year 24. We're all going to leave here. We're going to pack up our stuff. You're going to get in your car and have 4,000 emails to deal with, and we're all going to go right back to what we always do. And I'm looking for a little bit of guidance as how do we get engaged in all the things we talked about: Senate Bill 540 rulemaking, some collaboration on marketing and promotion, and all the things that we're now talking about being possible. All of us here are the kind of get it done now mentalities. So is there something we can do? Can we put together a recommended group of people that might be good for those two conversations and float them to you to just give us some guidance as to what you think the next step is, so that we're working on it right now and we all don't go back to our lives and look up and it's going to be August.
Right. So I would tell you, Mike, great question. After we talked about this yesterday a little bit, I thought about there's two or three different ways to, I think, to actually approach this. One is I'd like to have sort of a weekly virtual feedback loop set up so that we can maybe, and I'm not sure who that is, or maybe it rotates regionally or something else like that, so that we can start gathering feedback, capturing it, feeding into Mitch and the rest, and Jenny and the rest of the brand MT team. That's also then working with the agencies to be able to really start to say, okay, let's hone in on this message. I mean, we know that summer is summer, but we're really looking, I'm looking strategically long term here to be able to say, okay, how do we really, put wheels on this thing and get it going here so that by the time winter and summer hits next year, we're going full speed. So I think that's I'd like to do some sort of a weekly type of virtual update meeting as to what's happening. It could be someone that just comes on really and just gives us information that says, hey, in Ekalaka, we are ready for X, Y, and Z, right? And give us that update. Or it could be somebody that says, hey, we've seen this happening. Having that live interaction, and there aren't, we have the good news and the bad news, I guess, is that we have everybody together for the most part. And Helena working on the team. That's maybe the good news. The bad news is that we have everybody together kind of working on the team in Helena. And we don't have people spread throughout the state that can pick up the anecdotal information and pick up the really important live, here's what's happening now type stuff. And so I think that's one feedback loop I'd like to be able to put in place. And so Michael, we can work on how to figure that out with the rest of the team. Second thing I think I'd like to do is have once a month or twice a month sort of have a higher level feedback loop or session that's maybe confined a little bit in terms of people. So who you might suggest, but maybe look at topically. So what are some of the topics that are so important to us as a group? Let's stream them out. Let's just say it's every 2 weeks and we're going to pick 8 or 12 weeks or 8 or 12 sessions over the next summers. We're doing the ARMS process and everything else like that to be able to say, let's talk about this on this for 3 hours or whatever it turns out to be, and then let's pick those topics. Those topics could be asset development in eastern Montana. They could be, so help us direct. Okay, how do we look at this 540 money and what do we give as grants? What can we give as loans? Where does that look? So maybe sort of a loan program type of focus. Then we can turn around and say, how do we bring the DMOs and the regions into alignment? There could be sort of an advertising, branding, messaging session. So maybe we can work together to kind of come up with some topics, basically fit some categories that kind of flow in order of importance relative to the rollout of 540, and then relative to the the timing of how we get through this, and then start forming a strategic plan. And then maybe have a meeting and once a month, someplace that's relatively central, that as many people could come to as possible. That it could be a day, maybe a long day, drive there that night, go for 10 or 12 hours. I don't mind doing that, and then turn around and drive somewhere back home in the morning or something like that. But just put a really intense working session day together that allows us to skull through some of these things, get the feedback to the agencies, get the feedback to the department, and also then some consensus drawn. If we could do those three things, I think in the next 3 months, I believe that we'd be operating in concert about as much as we possibly could be, so that we can then cast a vision for the future collectively with the regions, the DMOs, and all of our tourism partners, do something that maybe Montana's never really done.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. And with that, Director Osterman, thank you very much. A couple quick things on the agenda. Please note that October 2nd and 3rd, our meetings will be in Anaconda, so please mark your calendars. For the February upcoming meeting, we're looking at possibly flexing that. We've heard through the grapevine, but it's not been set, that the Governor Conference on Tourism may be in March this year instead of April, but we're not sure. So please be prepared to flex that February meeting. We might tag it on to the Governor's Conference while we're all in the same place. So please flex that. Please also note on your calendars right now, a year from now, June 3rd and 4th, at a location to be determined. If your city or region is interested in hosting that, please let Rachel know. Rachel, raise your hand. Thank you, for us to consider. I want to thank our hosts. I want to thank all of you for traveling here. I want to thank the council, and specifically Steve, Nicole, Chris, Jeff, and Glennis, because this is our last official meeting with you. You are always welcome to be here again. And again, Director Osterman and Mitch, thank you all for being here. So with that, I would like to make a motion to adjourn this June Tourism Advisory Council meeting.
I so move.
You have a second?
Thank you. With that, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.